I'm working on it. I'm working on getting your Fuji set up at the moment. Oh, but I'm a pro streamer. I know what I'm doing. Uh, move over here. Well, you know what? Actually, this is actually the look I wanted for today, so that'll work. There we go. Alright, so hi everybody. I'm so
Okay.
sorry it's a little scuffed to begin with, but we're here with
What am I
Mr.
doing?
Loki, and I am in my
Wings. That's what I'm
Luca
doing.
cosplay for the Miku Zaku, and we're gonna have some fun, and we're gonna hang out, and all sorts of things. So, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be fun. I'm so sorry for how scuffed it is.
Hello, Corliss.
Yeah, I'm in my Luca cosplay today on my end. Oh, I should probably take that away. I didn't have a Vocaloid playlist set up for this stream, so I'll have to do that next one. How's it going, Loki?
Going pretty good. How are you?
It's scuffed. It's scuffed?
Yep. I feel that.
Hi. You changed your Fuji tech, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna just have all the fun and try to make you there. Haha. I made you as tall as me.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know I have my hoodie Fuji right now. I need more light. No, I don't want to change that. There we go. There we go. Now it's as bright as the sun. I'm just told that I should get the beads done on this kit before I do anything else. Oh shit, I see. Oh, that's a sticker page. And what am I exaggerating? Always scuffed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I can sympathize with that. My stream gets pretty scuffed sometimes.
It's almost like the case with Gunpla streams is that you gotta have like 50% build, 25% scuff, 25% chatting.
Yeah.
Usually that's how it goes. It's way. Fuck it. Damn it. Eh. What are you working on over there?
Okay. I am going to try to finish off my perfect grade.
Ooh, I've never done a
I'm
perfect
currently
grade.
working on. They can be a hassle, but they are pretty fun if you do it in like a one build at a time.
Okay, but what if
They're
you
really big
have
pieces as well.
squirrel brain?
Like you'll be on it for a month or so.
Shadow? Shush. Shush. Stop calling me out here, man. The
I
ADHD is
am.
strong.
No, I sympathize with that. I am almost finished on this kit. I just gotta do the wings and the weapons, and I'm done. But the wings are the longest thing I need to do.
I don't know if you've
Was
heard,
it?
but I don't build weapons.
That's right. Nah, I build everything in kit.
No, it's my new inside joke with my communities. I have a redeem to where if they get enough points, I will build the weapons to whatever kit I'm working on.
It's time to build a third party kit. Oh, nice. Hopefully it works well for you, Synergy. Yeah, just gotta be careful with bootlegs.
What's up?
Synergy is starting a bootleg
Um,
Sazabi.
no, that'll be fun.
That can be so and so, but it's worth the test. See if it holds up.
Mhm. Where do I start with this? Do I just go from the bottom up, or do I start with the head and work my way down? Well, those pages are irrelevant. Those are weapons. Yeah, so from here on, okay. Just start at the feet and work your way. That's how. Okay. So I get to start with the little stompers first. Okay. That'll be fun. So I'm hoping your holidays were fun.
Yeah, pretty good. I got to have a few drinks and all that.
I wish I could have drank during the holidays. That would have been nice. But
I didn't
I
drink too
forgot.
much.
I forgot my ID in another state, so I was like, well, shit.
Well,
It's fine. Did you get any new model kits at all? Per chance?
I've got a monkey roadie in the backlog. I got a Fats for car coming in next month.
Ooh, that'll be
Um,
nice.
I will be going out tomorrow to see if there's anything new at my hobby shop, and I think that's it.
Okay.
I did plan on getting a Titus as well from
Mm,
Gundam Age.
nice.
It's on my list.
Sounds like fun. I got the
Indeed.
I got the newest round table night Percival for Christmas.
Oh, lovely. I've seen
So
the box out of it.
it looks better than Tristan, and I'm just
Yeah.
can't wait.
There's one kit I bought just before Christmas called Gus. That
Hmm.
thing is absolutely fugly, and I love it because it looks like somebody mashed a Power Rider with
Hmm.
a Gym Sniper too.
What? Really?
Yeah, it's a
Wow.
chunk of a old guy.
Oh God.
I was
That sounds
surprised by
like
the
it would
box
be.
of it as well. Like the design of the box was just uncanny,
Mm-hmm.
but
And
it's got
yes,
that Power
Shadow.
Rider color scheme.
Right.
And it's nice.
No, well, because like I didn't think the Percival was supposed to release until February, and then all of a sudden, like I get a message being like, "Hey, it's outside your door now," and I'm like, "Huh."
That's awesome. Love it.
This is not supposed to be happening right now.
So with the Power Rider, it does kind of have similarities to the Gym Sniper. The only difference, of course, is in the waist skirting, shoulders, and the head. But its armaments are almost the same, minus the shield.
And I get to try God Hand for the first time. This will be interesting.
Ah, yes. The SPN 120s.
Those gold parts look pretty. Have your stream pulled up so I can see what you're doing, and I'm like, that looks pretty.
Yeah. It's using like 3 different shades of it's like gold injection, gold painted, and a mix of the two.
Okay. Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Please let go. Where are you? Maybe this one?
Yep,
Nope.
PG Strike Freedom Shadow.
I need to get the MGEX of this Strike Freedom so I can make the Mighty Freedom someday.
Nice. That's one of my most expensive MGs I've ever done.
Was it worth it? As
Yeah, it was worth it.
long as it's worth it, that's what
Um,
matters. Yeah. Where is it? I'm blind. Oh, it's here. Haha. Why do you not have the MGX Strike Freedom? You have almost everything else.
I've got the original Strike Freedom MG, the MGX Strike Freedom, and now the perfect grade.
No.
All I need now is a real grade and a high grade.
So you're working your way backwards,
Yeah.
starting with the PG and working your way down.
Well, no, I went MG first, and then up to PG, and then I'm gonna go back down again.
MG. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's the real glossy one.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I have some questions, keyword some, and it depends on how in depth we want to go with this. But I was wondering if you had any Gunpla goals that you'd like to achieve next year in terms of like, new techniques, kits you want to have, skills you want to improve on, stuff like that.
There's a fair few. I do want to start learning how to
And
weather my
weathering's
gunpla
just
kits.
making it look dirty, right? Giving it a
Well, not
different
just
look.
give it a different, like almost like a realistic feel. Make it look like it's been used. Um,
Gotcha.
I want to learn how to start doing that, as well as eventually I want to get describing, but that's going to come at another point in time.
What
And
describing?
essentially doing custom panels onto your
Oh,
kit.
okay.
But there's and I do want to get the a couple kits that was supposed to come out at the end of this year, but they're shipping out next month also. Like the The Barbados lupus. So no, I got plenty. And I want to try and see if I can get up to like 350
350 followers or
total built
total
kits.
built. Okay.
Yeah,
How many are you at now for total built?
including the perfect grade that I'm working on, 300.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, work my butt off for that.
I bet. I think I did 50 last year. I know I didn't do nearly as much this year. Well, maybe I might have. I don't remember. I would have to look back at all my kits that I have and see how many. Because before streaming, I did like a really good job of keeping track of everything, and then once I started streaming, I was like, "Oh crap!" I was just building. I did not, have good recollection until I started doing the box art card thing,
Oh yeah.
which is really fun.
Do you build off stream and on stream, or was it just on stream?
I used to do both, but I mainly just do it on stream now, just because I don't have as much time, and this makes it so I can set aside time for it.
That's all right. Yeah, I think before I started streaming my Gunpla builds, I was like 20, 30 in
Yeah.
overall, and it's kind of escalated from there.
hmm I I stream a lot of like the newer kits I get. Like still have a backlog from before stream that I was like, oh, I need to work through this. And I got through a majority of it until I bought more kits with like my first Twitch paycheck.
Yep, yep.
And now it's just all sitting in my closet.
I feel that backlogs. I know, perfect grades are great though. Um, if you're looking for a challenge, because they don't release it all the time, so you're gonna get a variety of tech in between perfect grades.
No, because I'd say the one thing I wanna learn is just I want to start being able to do customs. Ooh, I really hope I didn't break that, and that's actually supposed to be like that. Because like I have the ideas, and my Gunpla Gunpla partner, however you, the person that got me into it,
Mhm.
like has an airbrush and everything, and it's just like trying to find the time to go over to see him.
I
Like,
highly agree with you
oh,
on that one, Turtle.
neat antagonist PG.
Yeah, like Sazabis and Zaku's.
Oh, gotcha.
Because we've
I would
only got two
agree.
Zaku's, but that was about it.
More antagonists would be nice. I think there's like one kit that I would want a perfect grade or even a master grade of, and I don't think it'll ever happen.
What will that be?
Fair Act
Ah,
from
fact, yeah. From Witcher Mercury?
which, yep,
Yep.
I would want that so bad. At least if you count that as like an antagonist. Uh,
Yeah, it's like an antag, for sure. Or rival.
mm-hmm.
Can you really call it? You can, yes, but at the same time, though, this is kind of the same vein with the Mark II. There's two different versions of it. They're both similar in build, but the coloring is just yeah, kind of just different.
Right. Okay. I need those. I need those. Because I've had my eyes on the Strike Rouge Perfect Grade. I just
Ooh,
haven't pulled
lovely.
the trigger on it yet. Thank you, Turtle, for the biddy. I appreciate it.
Yes. Strike Rouge with your Tori pack.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very nice.
You know, I
And
gotta get my girl strike in there.
I'm pretty sure that's also has die-cast metal in it. I think.
Might. It might.
Unless it's Perfect Strike.
Need to get the perfect strike at some times.
Yep.
Oh, it has
The one thing
diecast.
about the Perfect Strike also is if you look at the frame of it, especially on the shoulders, it looks like it has like a glitter inside of it, in molded,
Oh,
which is very interesting.
that would be nice. I mean, I like shiny things, so.
Yeah, yeah. The original Strike, Perfect Strike, not the original PG Strike doesn't have that glow, that shine in it,
Hmm.
but the Perfect Strike does. PG, yes, PG Granddaddy is very, very simple.
Granddaddy Gundam.
Like they pretty much spell it out for you when you start building it.
Hmm. I think after my move next year will probably be when I try to get more into it, but we'll see. Because like, I'll in terms of like Gundam kits, I pretty much have the bulk of what I'd want. So I'm diving into like other types of model kits.
Yeah.
And I need to get back into watching Gundam shows, but I took a hiatus because I was watching Stardust Memory with a couple friends, and then
Ooh.
I just, you know, because I have my all of my Gunpla Dad's DVDs. I need to just sit down and watch it, but I keep forgetting. Time
What
just
would you
escapes me so
say?
often.
Yeah, that's true. What would you say is the last one that you finished watching? Like entirety.
Series, movie, or
Any.
I'd have to say the G-Quack series, the movie and the TV show. That was the last thing I watched when that was airing.
Nice.
And I liked it for the most part. Like I definitely enjoyed the G-Quack's kit. Um except for the amount of stickers, and I got to the point where I was like,
I hated the
I protest I'm
I hated the stickers.
protesting.
I hated the stickers.
I loved panel lining that thing though. It was so pretty when I panel lined it.
Yeah. It's just the stickers. They weren't the great. They're not the greatest.
No, they were not. Eh. No,
I
and
started
then
dabbling in Galpla.
yeah, Growpla is
Uh,
expensive, but they can be good.
yeah. And it depends on the brand that you get it from. Like I know Kodo is pretty expensive up there with their Galpla.
Mhm.
30-minute sisters, 30-minute preference, they're pretty cheap. Um, but yeah, it's regularly the Kotobukiya ones and the ones from Seven Deadly Sins
Mhm.
and Attack Girls.
Was my Galahad from uh yeah, SNAA like frustrated me because I'd think like it would just break so easily.
Yeah, I gotta be very careful when I build my snark hits.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's nice. Really, has improved from the very early hunt and kill metal kit that they did.
Mhm. Because like I enjoyed G Clocks. There was one thing about it that I was like that it made sense, but I didn't feel like it was needed, or at least I didn't see the appeal of it. And it could have been like I missed an episode of explaining exposition, but the love triangle felt a little weird.
Yeah, that was a bit strange.
Because like oh like at the very beginning I was rooting for Machu and the one guy to get together, and then all of a sudden the third wheeler is just like, oh no, now I like him. I'm like, why? What did he do? And then with everything that happened, I was just like, huh. But I loved Machu because she was just resting bitch face queen, and I was like, yes. Wanted a character like this to where she just gave no fucks and did what she wanted. Poor poor girl just wanted to be a jellyfish, and her mother couldn't understand that. Oh, I think if I was a colonist, I'd want to like at least visit Earth. I don't know if I'd want to stay. I don't know. If you had to pick, where would you be?
For that
Just in,
timeline?
I'd say in any timeline. Like if you had to pick a
Oh,
timeline, where
okay.
would you go?
I think I would have to go with UC.
UC?
Yeah.
Any specific part of UC? Or just in general?
Uh, just in general.
Just in general.
Yeah.
What would you pilot if you could?
Ooh. Either Jim Sniper 2
Mhm.
or Jester.
I would go Jester. Jester sounds more fun.
Yeah, it's very military esque.
Hmm.
I like the aesthetic of it.
Yeah. My first Gunpla or Gundam anime was UC, and it's still one of my favorites. Wang for the tail. Yes, you have that tattooed on you. Oh. So I'm not surprised with that answer. But the Death Scythe Hell is really, really cool. Oh, Jesta? Okay, my bad. Yeah, I don't know where I'd go, honestly. I don't know if I'd want to be UC or the new timeline.
I always look at the G Quacks timeline as the what if they did their whole what if scenario right.
Hmm.
Because they've already done a Red Gundam before. But they never done it like in the way they did with G Quacks.
Hmm. No, and the red RX-78 was also really, really fun. I'd say it looked interesting. Do I need anything from this? Yes, I do. But I think out of that entire line, I'd probably want to get the red RX-78 and the police Zaku. I don't know if I'd want to get the regular 78 or not. I think a MGSD of the G Quox would actually be kind of cute, though.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
It'd be so small and chibi. I'm surprised they did the Destiny and Ariel before the Double O Riser.
I was surprised by that too.
Because you'd think they do that one next, but because I was
I actually thought that we're gonna get Granddaddy Gundam as the first one, but
see, I thought
I was
we
wrong
were
on that
gonna.
one.
I thought after the wing we were gonna go Granddaddy Gundam, and then it went Ariel and then Destiny, and now I'm like, okay, where are we going here? Not that I'm complaining. I love both those kids, but I'm like, interesting. Oh, and Barb's. I did forget Barb's because I did Freedom, Barb's, Ariel. No, Freedom, Barb's Wing, Ariel, Destiny. There we go. We'll get this part right here. I forgot to make my tweet on X. Boo. I gotta do that real quick.
In a rush.
I'm such a pro, I promise.
It's alright. I do the exact same thing too. I forget something. Seven. B, sorry. Not XV.
Oh god, that is cursed. Twitter, why? Why would you do this to me? Ah, love seeing a freaking skinned alive Furby on Twitter when you open
Oh
it.
boy.
It was so freaky. It looked like it was a part of like a spell book or something. I'm like, huh? It's when are we trying to resurrect Furbies?
Like that what was it called? It's a video game that came out some time ago. Tattletale, I think it was called. It had fur babies in it.
Asking to bring back the nightmare. Look, I don't want to look up long Furbies. That sounds scary. That sounds really, really scary. Then again, my one grandparent either has or had Furby. Not fine. I will look it up in a minute.
I'm kind of curious myself.
What is gonna do it? But my one grandparent had
Oh boy.
the Furbies, and it just always creeped me out.
It looks like a hairy slug.
Long ass Furby. No, why did
They
they
look
pass
like
out?
they look like hairy slugs.
What the heck? Like, hold on, this is insane. Like, why? Why? He's just the product. Oh god.
Oh, no doubt about that one, Shadow.
I'm disturbed. I'm so disturbed. I think it's time I just pull up Disturbed. I need to bleach my eyes, so model kits. Welcome to. Yeah, I see why you sleep fine during horror movies now, Shadow. Gee, I don't know how to feel about
uh,
that.
I just love horror movies.
Do you have a favorite horror movie franchise or movie in general?
Growing up, it used to be um Alien.
A good one. You've been watching the new TV show at all? The Alien Earth?
Nah, I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard some good things about it.
I I vibe with the xenomorphs. I can't stand the face huggers. My arachnophobia kicks in so freaking hard. And I hate it so much.
The last horror movie I saw was um it was one of the Exorcist movies.
The newest one?
Yeah,
I
I
would
didn't mind it.
say I saw FNAF 2. That would be my most recent horror movie. Was FNAF 2. And it's horror. It wasn't really all that like bloody and gutsy, but shit ton of jump
Just cheap
scares.
jump scares. Yeah.
Yes and no. Like there was some you could see a mile away, and then there was some where you were just like, "Oh fuck!" and you're just like, huh? What? Okay. But I think the one horror movie that's kind of stuck with me is not the Blair Witch Project, but it's this group of people that are recording and they go into an insane asylum and it's all ghost like. I think it's Paranormal Activity. Think that's what it's called. And
Sounds like one of them.
it was, I just, I don't like. I like those types of movies, but holy crap, do I hate them? I don't think it was Blair Witch though, because I don't know. It my ex showed it to me because it was one of his favorite movies, and I know there's more than one Blair Witch, but don't they usually have it like Blair Witch da 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 da? But I don't know. And then the other one was Record. That was another one that just creeped me out because it plays with the idea of like this could be real, but we just don't know it, and I don't like it. But I really like the VHS franchise, and one of my favorite YouTubers, Jacksepticeye, is actually producing a short that's going to go in the newest VHS movie, so that'll be fun.
Oh.
They released the name of like the name of what the short's gonna be, but I'm like, I'm really hoping has one scene in it. Book of Shadows. Is that it? Oh no, that's the Blair. No, that's not it for. Hold on. Now I'm gonna fucking look up the movie I was talking about. See, this is what happens. It's like I want to fat check all my shit.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, I have a habit of doing that as well. So,
Grave Encounters. That's what it was. So this was the movie my ex showed me, and it just I hate it so much.
yeah, I don't think I've seen that one.
If you want to mind fuck, have fun.
Fair.
Record was also pretty fucked up too. But I don't vibe with paranormal things. Like that's just it just feels like I'm messing with stuff I shouldn't be. It makes everything so eerie. Because I told my
I completely
partner
get that.
because I told my partner that I wanted to watch like Annabelle for Christmas, and he thought I meant like the demon, like the doll, and I was like, no, I want to watch the Annabelle's Wish, the one with the talking cow, and he's just like, "Thank God we're not watching that on Christmas." And I'm like, "Yeah, no." That doll scares the crap out of me.
It's come far cry from the Raggedy Ann doll that was the focal point.
No, I used to have one. I can't look at it anymore. And like anytime like one of my mom's friends is like having a baby shower and it's gonna be a girl, she'll buy a Raggedy Ann doll, and I'm like, stop. She doesn't know, and I'm just like, please stop. No, they're not. They're so creepy. I don't want to know how I'd want to react to that shadow. I like sleeping at night. Ugh. Cause like I won't lie, I like anthology, like horror and TV shows, because then it's like a bit every segment's like a what if, and I enjoy those concepts. But oh, surprisingly, yes, I know I'm up really late at night, but I do sleep. Vampires have to sleep every once in a while. I just, I hang off of my ceiling fan every night using my feet and just hug myself in a blanket and hang upside down. Total bat style. Find it horrid. Here's to me hoping I find it boring as hell. Because I am a crybaby. I get spooked easily. But, like, I kind of want to watch Terrifier, but at the same time, if I got squeamish during All Hallows Eve, I don't think I could handle it.
That's a messed up thought, Black.
You know, no, no, no. You know what? You know what? Where's my power? And I'm deleting that so I don't have to think about it. No. I don't want to think about it. That's fucked. Oh. I'm sorry, Jax, but no, no. I might have to do a shot now. Oh my god, I don't want to think about that. Uh,
You got me thinking about it.
no, just Shadow, no, no, don't you dare. No, my brain went. Your brain went on a tangent. No. No, because like what? There's three dolls out there. Yeah, but
Was it three?
DVD's got Chucky, so they're fine. They cover that
Yeah.
department. Because there's the one we're talking about. There's Robert, and then there's I think one more. But I can't remember what the hypothetical third one's potential name is. Okay, but Megan's not that scary. Like her first movie was scary, but her second one didn't
Kind
look
of goofy.
scary.
It was like a goofy action movie.
Right. It looked like it was trying to set up its own universe, honestly.
Well, it's kind of keyed in, and they probably are going to make a third one.
Mhm. No. The first one looked scary, okay? It looks. Yeah. Megan is already. Because I don't think she's one of the IRL dolls. But Friday the 13th could use a revival. Maybe.
Yeah, if they kind of fix it up a little bit as well, I reckon, because the last reboot kind of sucked.
Well, I think besides Jason X killed it in terms of any
Jason X
chance
was
of a reboot or what?
Jason X was goofy as heck.
Because
Eh,
Freddy got a reboot, Myers got a reboot. I don't know if Leatherface did. I will time you out, you motherfucker. Knock it off. This is your last warning. Fuck you, Jax. Fuck you. You fucking dick. No, that's going away too. That is going away. I'm pretty sure
yeah, I'm
there
also
was one
certain that they
too.
made Didn't they do a? Sorry, no, actually, I don't think they did actually. Um, I was thinking of Helter
They
Skelter.
did Helter Skelter. What the heck is Helter Skelter?
That's an old horror movie.
Because I, cause I think a Jason remake could be cool, and they revived Saw with Spiral, and then they kept making Saw movies.
Yeah. Well, that the last one they did was like in between prequel,
Hmm.
I think.
Yeah, Spiral was a
Um,
prequel.
there's another movie I was thinking of. Uh, it had a it wasn't a scarecrow, but it pretended to be a scarecrow.
Tend to be a
I gotta,
scarecrow.
I gotta remember the name of it. Another reboot they could also do is The Hills Have Eyes.
What is it? Hmm. Wait, Chris Rock wrote Spiral? Why wasn't that a comedy movie then?
That's the one. Thank you, Lily. Jeepers Creepers. That's the one I was thinking of.
Interesting. uh, what's another thing that could use a revival? Um, I want a scary Krampus movie. I think a new one would be nice. I swear to God, Blackjacks, if you texted me something creepy, I'm going to throw a table. Okay, no, it wasn't you. I happened to get a Discord notification. I was like, I swear to God, this motherfucker.
Krampus is not too bad as a movie. But it did do one like a few years ago. 'Let's see. What's my?
I think they did in like early 2010s. Jax, I swear to God, I will block you on Discord for a day.
Yeah, 2015.
20. Oh, okay. So like 10 years ago. Oh my God, 10
Is
years
there a
ago.
second one? No, what was the second one? There's a graphic novel though.
Oh, for Krampus?
Yeah. 10 years.
Yeah. We are nearing 2026, so almost 11 years.
T1, T2, and T4. A couple of stickers.
You want to know what unhinged horror movie I want? Donald Duck. Call it Duck Hunt. Or actually, that Duck Hunt horror game.
Or Scrooge McDuck.
Or Scrooge McDuck, yeah. But like that
I mean, he's
that Duck
loaded.
Hunt horror game could be like really cool as a movie. Like I've wanted to play that game, but I think you need VR in order to play it. So I haven't gotten the chance to. VR.
Yeah,
Like,
Nintendo is very uppity when it comes to IPs.
well, that is a Nintendo thing. Is it? I wonder if it's still on Steam. Because that was one of the games I wanted for so long. Oh, it's duck season. It's not called duck hunt. We just changed. We would. We should. You know, if I ever get the VR headset that's on my throne, I will 100% play Duck Season. Like, oh my god, I would play that so fast. That'd be so cool. I will never, ever, 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 ever play the forest again, though. Never. Not in VR, not on PC.
Even if you
Because
had friends
getting.
playing it?
So, my ex partner bought me the game, and my first ever playthrough was in VR. So, me
Ah,
being not the survive. No, not even Sons of Forest. So, it was in VR, and I'm not a very good survival player. I'm just like, oh, I'm the gatherer. I just grab whatever I can and carry it. And so we are going around and around and around. And it's like, oh, it's no, I'm not playing any of the forest games. Fuck you. Um, and so it was like dead in the middle of the night for me, in the middle of the night for the forest game. We were just getting ready to set up camp, and all of a sudden, from the corner of my eye, I just see this cannibalist run and tackle me, and I was like, what the I just curled up into a like just a ball, and I took off my headset and I was like, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. I'm not doing this. No, fuck you. And then so
yeah, no, that's
when I launched it a second time, not in VR and with them, just normal, it's just like, okay, it was fine, it was fine, it was fine. And then this one didn't even bother coming from the corner of my eye. It was dead straight. I wasn't paying attention. The next thing I know, I get jump scared. I'm like, huh? No. He's like, fuck you. And I'm just like, no, I do not touch force. The most survival of survival games I'll ever get myself into is Minecraft.
I thought about trying a game called Green Hell, but that was just a little bit more real for me
Mm-hmm. I want to ask
because
an
I
obvious
wasn't dealing with.
question, though.
Go on.
Do you play Marvel Rivals at all?
I have played it, but I haven't played it recently. I wouldn't
Okay.
mind trying to play it again, though.
Is your main Loki?
Well,
Do you main yourself
eventually
in the
it will
game?
be. Eventually it will be, but when I played the first time, I went with. I think I went with either Punisher or um Winter Soldier.
Okay, okay, that's not bad. If you ever want someone to play that with or to have a pocket healer, let me know. I'm pretty good.
Yeah, easy as.
Mhm. That and I just enjoy playing it with friends a lot because I saw you were streaming Fortnite earlier, and I was like, okay, everybody's got their one arena-esque battle game. It's just by. I have no idea about TF2, to be honest with you.
God, don't get me wrong. That's on spy mains. Oh God.
No, it's just like I wanted to ask that question for so long, but I'm like, I'm gonna wait until I get like a decent half into this game so that way he just doesn't up and leave. Just be like,
Well, I did play as Loki for like when they dropped the season 2 Loki skin.
mm-hmm.
I did play that for like a few times before they brought the Star Wars event into Fortnite,
Mm-hmm. Have you
and
seen
now
the
Ultimate.
new bird Loki skin?
Can't say I have, no.
It's one of my favorite skins for Loki, honestly. It's not this season, but it was last season's, and I was just, oh, I don't know. I wouldn't class Borderlands as an arena game. Because people usually play one of the main four, and it's Apex, Fortnite, Rivals, or Overwatch. So, and I was just like, everybody usually has one that they de facto to. So I was like, I wonder. Because, like, I wondered if Fortnite was your de facto one, or if it was, like, you dabble among.
Oh no, I dabble.
Which one would be
So
your
today
favorite
was
then?
the my favorite game.
Yes. Can be shooter or
Single player.
anything.
Okay, I was gonna say if
Uh,
it's gonna be single player or multiplayer.
one of each. Do one
Um,
of each.
oof. Um, Dragon's Dogma for single player, and if we got multiplayer, Helldivers.
Helldiver. That's right. That's one of the two as well. The original or Helldivers 2?
Helldivers 2.
Helldivers 2. Gotta be specific. Because other. Yeah. So tell me about the first one, because I don't think I've ever heard of it, to be honest with you.
Dragon's Dogma. That's a Capcom title.
That's a Capcom title?
Yep.
Hmm. Interesting.
Fantasy single player. You can have up to 4 other characters or 3 other characters.
Mhm.
All of them being controlled by AI. And they're called pawns. So while you are alone, technically, you're not alone, like as a group. So you have pawns who can gather stuff for you. They can they can be wielding magic, slinging bow and arrow, or um you know sword and shield and all that.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, they made a sequel for it as well.
Did it take for it to get a sequel?
Oh, years.
Kingdom Hearts level of years, or
Let's see. Let me see the time difference. Because the first one came out in 2012, and then a year later they brought a another version of it called Dark Arisen. So about a 12-year difference.
damn. Okay. Yeah. Well. But like to be honest, I didn't really like 3 that much. At least on PlayStation, I didn't like it. And I have it on Steam. I just haven't played it. that much. I'd say that's my favorite single player game is Kingdom Hearts, that franchise. Mainly Birth by Sleep, but I'd say for multiplayer, I'd have to say Rivals or Peak. I really enjoy Peak.
That's
I
right.
didn't think I was going to, but a really stupid game that I kind of miss playing, but not really, is Gorilla Tag in VR.
That sounds like a
That
riot.
it's stupid, but it's fun because you gotta like your arms are sore the next day. That's for sure. Because it's all in your arms and everything, and just oh my, it was so much fun. But I broke my light fixture in my room because of it,
Oh,
and yeah, it was fun. And, like there's stories of like there was a guy that played it and he fell out of like a 5-story window, and
Jesus!
then once he was cleared, he went right back into playing the game.
That guy is nuts.
There, there's a lot of crazy people out there. Do you play Dead by Daylight at all?
No, but I have
No.
friends who play it.
Good, you saved yourself.
I know it can get hella toxic.
It always is.
Yeah.
But I was gonna be like, oh, if you played it, what was your killer main? But honestly, you feel like you'd be a blight main. I don't know how much you know about like all the killers, but I'm just like, you feel like you'd be a blight main.
Yeah, they've had so many kills. It's out there.
Just yeah, that relationship is just toxic. I'm gonna get back into playing Final Fantasy at some point too. It's just
I
like I
still need
just
to
don't
finish
have time.
16.
What?
I still need to finish Final Fantasy 16.
That's right. It's up to 16 now. It's about to be like, wait, there's 16.
Yeah. I think I'm like chapter 2, chapter 3 in 16.
Chapter 2, Chapter 3. Damn. Did you ever play the world? I don't think so. No, I don't think I've ever played The World Ends with You. Not that I can recall, anyways. I have any Right. I gave my other marker to my younger sibling who's getting into model kit building. And he got into it the funniest way possible to me, at least.
Oh?
So he got into Dispatch, right? You know that game?
Yep.
He wanted a kit that would look similar to Mecha Man. So we found a Gundam kit that had a similar like vibe to it. And that was his Christmas present, and he built it in a day. I gave him tools and everything. He's like, I want more. And I'm like,
Perfect!
okay. Okay.
Perfect! Oh,
So for Christmas
that is perfect.
he got a Pacific Rim Gypsy Danger kit that he built. And then he ordered a Armor Core kit. He did get into it with blockies too. Because that was the start, and then he just. But even then, blockies weren't really all like. I didn't think they required these. He just twisted them out or something. But like today, he got an Armor Core kit, and then the next thing I know, it's like before he goes to bed, he's like, "Do you want to see what I did?" And I'm just like, "What did you do? I thought you ran out." And then he just shows me this Armor Core kit, and I was like, "The fuck."
Was it the 30-minute mission Armored Core kits?
I have no idea. I only saw the model.
Okay.
I
Hello,
mean,
Zeta!
Zeta. But I don't know. It's interesting now. But I might see if I can potentially get I know my partner wants to do the terrarium stuff with all the model kits I build. So I'm like gonna be like the little devil on his shoulder and be like, hey, 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 you should do this. You should do this. Stop playing video games, do this instead. Because I gave him 3 of my kits to do stuff with. And I'm excited to see what he does with the Tristan. At some point.
If there's one kit out there that people do not recommend ever getting, it is the high grade Tristan.
From SNAA?
No, not from Bandai.
Oh, from Bandai? Okay.
It's a Gundam.
Gotcha. Okay.
You buy anything else, but do not get the Tristan. It is that horrible,
Well,
build wise. See, Shadow knows.
no, he does. There is one Gundam I hope I get someday before my lifetime ends.
What would that be?
Tequila.
Ah, Tequila Gundam.
I
You
want
might
that
be able
one
to
so
get it.
bad. Hey, Zeta. Take a look.
She has them both.
I've built the Tristan, but I have Percival in my hands. I got it early. Oh, baby. I love the box art. It just looks so sick. Ah, just like Just a little bit. But I can't wait to turn this kit into a card, like the box art, because it's just going to be so cool. But I plan on building this either. I might build this one next after I finish the Zaku. But we'll see. Really, really want to, but we'll see on everything.
I'm waiting for them to ship me a Fat Cat God Gundam or RX-78.
I still need to get the RG God Gundam at some point. I've heard that's one of the better God
It's a good
Gundam
build.
kits.
It's a really good build.
Mm-hmm.
I should really stop buying Gundam for a while. My stock of 50 is growing, and now I'm 100. I'm the same. I'm the same, Jax. I'm the same. Like, at this moment, I have 10 different browsers up on my screen, just full of websites for Gunpla or plastic models.
Do it. Buy it. Do it. Live now. And you'll be fine.
Well, if we know what
You'll.
happens.
Yeah, true. To be fair, though, I can't. There's only one kit I want more than anything in the world, and my Gunpla dad ordered it for me for Christmas, and I'll have it in February. So, then that was a kid I was willing to like give blood for. I would be like, mine, and it's the Lacus
So,
Zaku.
yeah. So, what was the? Oh, so a couple of questions I got to ask you as well. I like to ask this to everybody. What was the kit that got you into Gunpla, and what is your most satisfying build?
My first kit was the High Grade Strike Freedom. I'll say the kit that pushed me into it, or like that I really started enjoying it with, was my Master Grade Dynamass.
Ooh,
With it, that's where I was like, I really started enjoying it because that was my first Master Grade, and I was like, oh, I really like this. And my most
Dynamax was
satisfying,
a really good build.
yeah, my most satisfying build, I would. Ooh, that's a toss. Let's. I would have to say my Master Grade Destiny with the burst effects and the metallic, um, like frame for the most part, and my Granddaddy Gundam 2.0 RG kit.
Nice.
I'd have to say those are my most satisfying things. Because I did hate you for a week. I was
The
so
kit that
upset.
got me into Gunpla was the Exia Master Grade. That was my
See,
first kit.
problems with mine, and I hated it. That was the first Master Grade I ever got. Like, it was gifted to me. But my, the joints that would go into the body, my hip joints, oh my god, they just didn't want to work. So I just, oh. But no, I'd say Dynamass and was by far, like, I built that kit and I was like, I want to do this all the time now. I enjoyed it so much.
I've only got Actually, no, I got perfect grade X. I'll be doing that one eventually.
Exio was my first Gundam, like TV show wise. It was my first Gundam I really, really liked. And then towards the end of season 1, I fell in love with Virtue, and I have my master grade Virtue. I just haven't built it yet, and I need to. Maybe that'll be one of my Gunpla goals for next year. Build the master grade Virtue on stream, like on when I have
Yeah.
free days.
And the Virtue's a really good build. It's very chunky. You can buy Nadley as a separate if you like, but you also have the option to have Nadley inside the box as well. Good night, Prairie.
Night, Prairie, get some eeps. I've seen the Nautilus go up on Pbandi from time to time, but I think there's also a gold frame Astray I want to get as a master grade at some point. Maybe.
Oh yeah, that's also Pbandi.
Yeah. Cause I'm weird. I don't like blue. I don't like red. Give me gold. Give me the gold. Most of the okay.
Yeah.
Let's hit the
The
X.
only even the standard red frame is a Pbandi.
Really
Yeah. So the red frame Kai is the only one that is a standard MG kit. The red
interesting.
frames. Um, then there's the blue frame, uh, blue frame Kai, and then there's the blue frame second dagger is a dagger one, like daggers on top of its head and all that. And everything else is just Pbandi.
To be honest, like since summer, I haven't really looked at Pbandi, so I have no idea what's been like coming out or things like that. But I also I hardcore got distracted by figurines this year because I collect statues, and Shadow here told me Silver Veil went up for sale, so I got Silver Veil. And then I saw that Cinder was doing her demon form for like a month for rebuys. I'm like, okay, I'll do that. And then I also bought Nanolith, so I'm like, VTuber girls need to stop coming out with figures. Because it's weird. I go from like 1 year of doing one thing and then another year doing that, but I'd say honestly, I'm not really looking at Gundam. I'm just looking at these round table nights, and I'm just like, okay, when's the next one coming out? Because I enjoyed Tristan so much. I was like, oh, I want all of them now.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Please tell me. Please tell me. Please tell me. I need to get two. You know for a fact, sir, that the minute Cotton and Bow go up for sale, I will sell my soul to whatever god I have to get them. I'm hopeless. Yeah, Bunny Lacus Klein would be nice to have too. I still need to get Bikini Lacus Klein. I love Bikini Luna Mario, but I need to get Lacus.
Do you have Luna Muriel as a model kit?
Yes, yes, I do. I also have Lacus. Lacus is a model kit too, but I preferred Luna's over Lacus's because it just felt like
Yeah,
they built it better.
it's the padding in the chest.
Mm. Oh, I have to ask. Did you do the soft squishy thing for the front or no?
I actually jiggled it around a little bit and I put it on the. Hang on, let's see if I can grab it. I'll grab it.
If you had what figures, sir?
Here you go. I got her in this pose.
You did
Just
do the
getting ready for.
shirt.
I
You
did.
did do.
I did do the shirt,
Ah,
but I didn't do the pose that they wanted in the manual and all that,
yeah.
where it looks like she's like grabbing a zipper and all that. No, I gotta look like she's ready to punch somebody. She's flexing and gonna punch somebody in the face.
When I had her displayed, I had her in her pilot suit, like hold like kind of Power Rangers holding her helmet to the side as best I
Oh yeah.
could. I did that, and that was just nice.
Um,
Um,
a 30-minute sister kit that I have has a hand part where she can hold a helmet.
nice.
Here we go.
There we
Got it
go.
here.
Oh, also, Jax. I won't. You aren't dead, but I'd say you're a solid 5. 5 on the scale of jealousy. Of like, damn you. You know, from a top down look, that looks like it could be from Dragon Ball. Like that one lady.
Oh,
And
bomber.
I know that. Yep.
Yeah, so she has a hand part that can hold a helmet, which I think is a pretty cool concept.
That's cool. Honestly, if I had that,
One,
I'd probably steal the hand and see if it fits on Luna.
yeah, one model kit I do want is Sailor Mass. I want Sailor Mass.
Ooh, that'd be nice. That'd be awesome.
I don't know. There's something about her. Like she's ballsy, which I respect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want to get I want to get Monarchs too. Like I missed the boat on that one because I debated it too long. But I might be able to get that one second hander if it comes back around. I might get Dragon Zentrea because I'm not a big fan of her cyborg one that came out, to be honest. But again, we'll see. Shy Lily comes out with one, my wallet's gonna be broke. I love watching VTubers. They're all just so fun.
Do you have a specific VTuber that you watch generally?
Numi. I'm a Noomba. I so I used to be a hardcore Shy Lily watcher until my future roommate, who was a big Numi fan, was just like, "Hey, do this." and it was just like, hey, here's Numi, and I was like, okay, okay. I really liked her stuff, loved her music, and then over Christmas break, I was like, I miss my Oshi. I need her to stream more. This is like, come back from vacation, please. Oh, it was just like, yeah, I'd have to say Numi because anytime she goes live, I just immediately tap on it, and I'm just like, oh, what are we doing?
Fair, fair.
Hmm. But other than that, I have to say the only other person I really religiously watch is Battleforge Gaming. I don't know if it's Battleforge Gaming or if it's just Battleforge, but they paint here on Twitch. I would Zeta I would in a heartbeat.
I think I have seen that channel in passing
Mhm.
quite a few times.
I want to take one of their classes so badly, but they're all in-person classes. I don't think they're online classes. I'm like,
Okay.
because it's
If you
just
ever got
like
one made, Zeta, that would be interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Zeta's freaking VTuber is awesome. I think if I had to describe it, it's thick in all the right places. Dude, like it's if you married thick with Gunpla and Gundam, it's chef's kiss. I love it so
uh,
much.
I will eventually go down the live 2D route.
Mhm,
Um, when I get more money for it, of course.
mhm. Is that what your goal is for currently, or is it for other things?
That's the current goal. Like the long term goal is going to be for that. Because my initial start was start with the PNG for a bit for a while,
Mhm.
get a bit more established. Hopefully, get some dollary dues, and then I can get my friend to commission a friend of mine to do my model for me.
Right. Your friend gonna rig it for you too, or do you gotta find a rigger?
I think she will rig it for me as well.
Right. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors.
Yeah,
Cause that would be awesome to see you in live 2D. Cause I'm like, cause I remember your other Fuji that you had, and you used that one for the longest time. And then I see
yeah.
this one, and I'm
So
like, ah, I love it.
yeah, so the aesthetic behind this one is I wanted to have a little bit of immersion between my real life self
Hmm.
and what would if Kid Loki was an adult. So
Okay.
the long hair, I used to have long hair. The beard,
Hmm.
I've got a beard, a scar on my face, the brow piercing. That's all.
Hmm.
That's all me. Whereas
Nice.
everything else is Kid Loki design or a little bit of um Sylvie from Loki.
Gotcha. I noticed that with the crown that was very Sylvie.
Yeah. Well, Kid Loki does have a shattered crown as well,
Hmm.
but it's not as cracked as that one is.
Hmm. So why Loki? That's a question. Why
Ooh.
Loki and not a
Uh,
different, not another Norse god? What drew
would
you to
you believe me if
Loki?
I would you believe me if I told you that was my name from like years and years ago on console gaming?
Really? It was just Mr.
Yeah.
Loki?
No, so I was part of a one of those clans
Mm-hmm.
um back in the day, and I ended up having like just choose a name like for myself because I
Mm-hmm.
used to go with Red. Like my name was Red at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Um And I ended up just going, you know what? If these guys are going for the same aesthetic of, you know, mythological beings and all that, I went with Loki, and I was like, you know
Mm-hmm.
what? I'm vibing with it.
Is it because
So
of?
years go by,
Mm-hmm.
and I ended up doing some research and all that, and I have on my father's side of the family some Scandinavian heritage.
Nice.
So it kind of worked in tandem with the fact that, you know, Loki, Scandinavian, you know, Norse mythology, um, and a little bit of Marvel comics and all that. So yeah, kind of went with it.
Because that was another thing I was gonna ask was like because I obviously by your design it's more of the Marvel Loki than the Norse Loki, and I was gonna ask like which one you preferred over the two, or if they're kind of like the meme of
It's a
the
gel,
how
yeah,
God was created, and it's like you have the Marvel Loki and the
yeah. For
Loki.
me, it's a little bit of a gel of like, what if the Nordic Loki kind of modernized himself?
Hmm.
And in most cases, I got that.
I mean, I'm all here. I'm here for it. Hopefully, Marvel Rec don't find you. I don't think they've got any copyrights on Loki, but
For
who
Marvel
knows?
wise, probably not.
Probably not. Now, you know what we need to do though. Now, right? We
What
need
that
a
be?
lovely community member to take a picture of your model and just be like, "Hey, look, what do you think of this?" And take it to Tom Hiddleston, who plays Loki.
That'd be wicked.
That's that's gotta happen. That'd be awesome.
Because originally that was what my model was kind of the PNG was kind of based on, was Tom Hiddleston's
Hmm.
version of Loki, just for the time being. Um, but when it comes to my creative, like the creation of what I've got, I kind of wanted to gel with it to look like me if I was a little bit skinnier, and at the same time maintaining some of that Lokiness. So, you know, green eyes. Uh, the jacket is also a bit different colors and whatnot, and the scaling on the armor.
Yeah, yeah.
But eventually I'll be changing it up a little bit. And when I get a live 2D model, we're gonna add some extra things to it all.
To really make it your own.
Yep. And one that's been requested a lot, made Loki.
What? Oh, I would love that as an outfit. Oh my god.
So one of the things that I don't know how long you I'm not sure if you're aware, but in the Gunpla community, there's a lot of male streamers, and they would on occasion wear a maid outfit on stream. Uh, I did so at one point as well. Uh,
Really?
yep, IRL Loki did an IRL maid stream, and let's just say I had a wardrobe malfunction. I actually ripped that in half of my chest and arms. So, then
Fan
I kind of went, you know,
service.
fan service indeed. And then I went down to a point where I thought, you know what? If I ever get a model, I'll get that model to have a maid outfit on.
Maid outfit.
Because
Yeah.
it's hard to find nowadays. It's hard to find a maid outfit in my size. Because I'm a big fella. I'm like 6 foot
Mhm.
and all that.
Okay,
And it's
I'm
kind of hard
not.
to find
Yeah. Oh god. No, that I would pay money for that.
a.
I would
So
promote
yeah,
the fuck out of that too to be like, hey,
hell yeah.
Loki, let's go.
I do have a few
Oh.
clips from that day as well.
Because no, I didn't know that because I like in terms of Twitch and like the Gunpla community. I've only really been a part of it kind of socially for about a year, and even then it's like only in my community. I don't really reach out very
Okay, so you're still
much.
technically a baby then.
I'm still technically a baby, yeah. This is only my going on my second year of Gunpla, so I'm a baby because I did it for about half a year before I was like, fuck it, I want to get into streaming, and I didn't want to game all the time. I wanted to do this, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna do this because for the longest time I was actually like streaming in the wrong uh category until I don't even remember who came by and was just like, "Hey, like we're all over here if you want to build." And I was like, "Okay, I'll try
Yeah, because it
here."
used to be makers and crafting.
I
Was
was
the
just
go
I was
ahead.
in model builders.
Okay, I know a couple of people that was in the model building game
Mhm.
category. But then it was makers and crafting, and then we got miniatures and models,
Yeah.
which is a big boom. Don't get me wrong.
Hmm.
I'm glad we got a category for ourselves.
Nice that we've got our own stuff now. I will
Yeah,
hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate, Zeta.
it's better than the hot tub streams.
Yeah.
I watched when that first dropped. I watched one of them. That was so cringe.
Mhm. Yeah. No, and now that we have our own category, it's just like it's so nice to see all the different people. Cause
Oh yeah,
recently there's this new streamer who's got like the same live 2D as I do, and I was just like, oh my god, Suika's sister, like let me talk to you, and she's like brand
Lizard,
freaking new, and
lizard,
I'm just like,
lizard,
come
lizard,
here.
lizard, 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 lizard,
what was
lizard.
her
It's just
name?
like
Do you
let's
know?
let's be friends. I have to look it up. I have to look up the stream name real quick because they haven't streamed in a while.
Because I saw one earlier today before we started streaming together. Her name was something Dragon.
Nope,
It had
different
D.
person.
Yeah, and then she also
What?
used a Suica model.
Oh, I fucking missed that one.
Yeah. Some of the early V2 hot tub streams were funny. Yeah, they were. Um, I think the one thing that kind of weirded me out a little bit was when they tried to do the whole artistic nudity thing, and some VTuber, trans VTuber, I think, ended up making it completely full on sus, like full on nude model and all that. I was like, holy shit.
Well, to be fair, it's because of Twitch guidelines. I can't use one of my favorite desk mats of Shy Lily because of underboob without having to center it.
Ah,
Because I'd use it more often, but I hate having to center it because then I have to be careful, and I'm like, I don't want to be careful.
you gotta
But I
tape
pulled up.
over it.
I don't want to put tape on it. I'm not putting duct
Yeah.
tape on Shy Lily. That just looks right.
Nah, does not.
I use V cards at times to do it. But no, I have it pulled up and it's Strike Bougie. I knew it was Strike something, but
Okay.
I raided into her one night and I was just like, let's be friends. Because, like, I don't know how she can build with, like, nails. Because that's the thing that, like, as a woman myself and other people, I am a fellow worshiper of Booba. I support women, okay? But it's like she has like these really beautiful and pretty nails. I'm like, how? How? She's like, I just have my natural nails, and I'm like, I can't fathom having bird talent and building model kits. I'm like, ah,
So since you're relatively new, I'm gonna let you in on a little something that I kind of did ages back. I still kind of do it, to be honest.
Hmm.
Every now and then, I would get into what I would call degen hours. Um,
Hold on. Everything died. Hold on.
oh, oh,
Okay, we're good. My headset just had a stroke.
yeah, no, I had that a couple times.
All right.
So
Anyways,
no,
you're
we get
going.
into like an yeah, we'll get into like a period of the day called degen hour, and this was like around like 2, 3 in the morning for those who live in the States who are watching
Mhm.
Twitch and all that, or watching Gunpla streamers. And we just talk about anything. Anime. I even talked
Right.
about hentai at one point. And boobs.
Mhm. I'd be like, okay,
And boobs.
I'm gonna be so real. If a woman looks pretty, I will find the courage to go up and be like, "Hey, you look nice." This has happened to where in March I was with a couple friends of mine, and so I'm straight. My one friend's bi, and the other friend's like also into girls. So me and my
Mhm.
like, I was walking with my one friend who was like actively looking for a partner. I wasn't. She gets banned. And my bi friend's like in front of me, and there's this beautiful girl with a blonde ponytail wearing yoga pants, and I'm just over here tilting my head like a dog, just being like, "Buddy, move! I wanna see that ass." And
No,
then
I get it.
so me and my bi friend, like as soon as she's out of our trajectory and out of earshot, we look at each other and she's like, "She had a nice ass." And he's like, "Yeah." And then the one friend who's actively looking for a girlfriend is just like, "What is wrong with you two?" Like,
just just
like,
casually
huh?
looking and going, damn.
It was a peach, that's for sure. And I was just like, damn, that's gonna make a man real happy someday.
Some lucky person's gonna snap that up.
Right, right. And I hope that, hope they live a happy life. Because it's like, I objectify both men and women. I'm an equal opportunist. But I try to do it respectfully.
Yep, very tasteful.
Yep. It's just like, if it looks nice, I'm like, yeah. You, I'm just like, yeah. Have a good day. But there's other things where it's just like, because I used to work retail, and when there's trends, people get the trends, like those one leggings. I saw those everywhere, and I was just like, please wear something over your butt, please. I don't want to see camel toe today.
Yeah, like have some decency, you know?
Right. Oh, hi, Ultra. How's it going? What
Oh no,
emote
that's
is
a
that?
V! That's a V emote!
That's a what
V
emote?
the Gunpla that's V the Gunpla Fluffy.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
they are they're a trans VTuber.
Gotcha.
They got some it's some pretty cool chinchilla though,
Ah,
as a pet.
cool. That's cute. Yes, pervy soul do be pervy. I am not a succubus demon for a reason. If you thought it was for any other reason, you're wrong.
Indeed. I haven't spoken to V in a while.
Ooh, you're flying to Chicago. What's in Chicago? Oh, I need to go to
Gunpla
Chicago too,
based.
actually.
Are you going to the
That's
Gundam base in Chicago?
I need to at some point. Yeah, they're going to the Gundam
Hell
base.
yeah!
I need to
Lucky
go.
bastard.
Because it's not too far from me. I want to say it's like a couple-hour drive. I am tasteful
I
about it.
I remember talking about the Gundam base to a friend of mine who also does Gunpla, and they were wondering why they chose Chicago, and I
Mm-hmm.
actually had a look about it, and it was the location. It was a hotspot. where they put
Yeah.
it. It was a hotspot for like international travel.
Yep.
So I thought, okay, yeah, that's gonna make some money.
It's a hotspot for international travel, and it's one of those, like, at least here in the Midwest, when you think about like big cities in the US, you think of New York, LA, Chicago, Minneapolis, Dallas, Texas. Like, you think of those places, but Chicago's got it like so much in terms of like shopping that it's just like
Yeah.
I had a feeling that's where it was gonna go. It was either that or Omaha.
So with that shadow, one of the questions I asked that too. Why not New York? Biggest reason: taxes, high taxes.
Me, yeah. No, because even like for an example, like even the Miku concerts when she was going around the U.S., it was all the major cities, New York, Chicago, stuff like that. So I wasn't too surprised it was going to be in Chicago, but I also was like, can I get one where I'm going to be moving to? That'd be nice.
Yeah, and convenient. You'd be broke ass.
As long as nobody tells my roommate and my partner, we'll be fine. It'll be our secret. I'll just kick
Indeed.
them from the server. I'll just kick him from my server to be like, ooh, yeah, that's always fun. I'm sorry you never get fun things on the East Coast, Shadow.
Intelligence and DMs.
Zeta, what did you do? Oh my god, I have so many messages. Zeta, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Zeta. Not wrong at all.
Oh, we're back to the creepy dolls again.
Get the no, no, stop it, stop, stop, no, 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 we're not doing this. No, I don't. You fuckers. No. Oh.
Oh, no, Shadow's doing it. Oh, curses.
Motherfuckers. You know what? I will leave that pinned. If it's creepy and doll related, I was I don't care. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I gave my mod too many powers. Fuck.
I do want the Ray kit from Evangelion Total. I think that's one of my next kits I'm gonna get next year.
Is Ray the blue-haired one or the other one?
That's the redhead one is Asuka.
Oh, okay. I need to watch Evangelion
Yeah.
at some point.
Ray is the blue-haired one.
Gotcha. need to watch Evangelion at some point. No, Shadow, I can't delete you, even though I wish I could. Knowing you, you'll just re-put it. You'll put it
30-minute
back.
preference, Zeta. I'm getting the 30 MP one. Because it is a decent design. I mean, the accessories aren't too bad. I mean, it's it's got the spear of Longinus. So the only thing I don't think they're ever going to do is make a Shinji model kit. I don't think they're going to do Shinji. Fucking biggest pussy in that show. I don't hate him. I just think he's a big puss.
You don't hate him yet.
Nah, it is a bit creepy though when he did the thing in one of the Evangelion movies.
Oh.
Yeah. If you don't know, I won't tell. If you don't know, I won't tell you.
We don't know. So another Gundam.
Do you want a brief summary?
Sure. As long
He
as we
looks
don't
at his
get banned
hand. It's
on
covered in
Twitch.
his hand is covered in white stuff, and he was doing it over a comatose Asuka.
You're huh?
He nutted in his hand.
I need bleach for my ears now. Holy shit.
I told you. Told you it was fucked.
That is super fucked. Holy shit.
Yep.
Okay. Fuck that guy. Gross. Gross. Alright, so to bleach my mind, if you had to pick a least favorite character in all of Gundam that if you could erase from the narrative you could, who would it be? Like your least favorite character of all time.
A good thought.
Mm-hmm. The main pilot from Double 80 Seed. Filet. Yeah, Flay from Seed was pretty bad.
Mine would be a side character. I think. Oh, what's his name? Gotta remember his name now.
Do you know what series he's from?
It's from the original Gundam. I think he piloted. He gave Amuro so much shit. Is it Sheed? What's his name? Sheeden? I don't know. I can't remember his name. Kai, maybe? Yeah? I think it was Kai. Kai or Sheeden. Yeah, that one. I don't know. Is very off-putting. It's like, yeah, I get that Amuro is a bit of a naive boy at the time, but at the same vein, like you didn't do any better, mate. No, that's valid, especially if it was if you're basing it off the younger period, Jax. Shah's counterattack, he's a little bit more mature, a little bit more veteran to the whole, conflict.
Kira from Seed. That's my pick. Is Kira from Seed.
Based on the younger? Yeah. No, that's valid, Jax. Bob, for you?
Basing it
Hathaway
on the
from
younger.
Zeta. Ooh.
Yeah. I'd have to say, yeah, Kira in Seed, and then Dynamax's replacement in Double O. Or the pilot's name, the brother. Fuck, I can't remember.
Walk on?
Yeah, Lock-On's brother. I hated him. I still hate Neil. If that's his name, Neil.
The second one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved Lock-On. He was the man. His brother's a
I think they said he was nuts. The second one? He's a bit of a nutcase.
I didn't like Atherin for the longest time, but he redeemed himself in the newest movie, so I was like, fine, you get to live. And he redeemed himself because he punched Kira.
Okay, favorite shark clone.
Favorite what?
Favorite shark clone. What would you say?
There's so many. Fuck.
Best Gundam girl. Best girl in Gundam. Side character. It's a toss up between Sailor Mass and Luna Maria Hawk for me.
I gotta go with Best Girl Lacus. In terms of Char clone, I think I'd have to say the one in Seed. Because it just diabolical little bitch up until he died.
Mine's a close shave between Wing and Full Frontal from Unicorn.
I haven't seen those yet, so
Ah.
I haven't seen a lot of Gundam things, but I've sat through all of Seed. So Seed and 8th MS team. And then seen all of Witch and G-Quox. Because I
Did
was gonna
anyone
say
here like?
G-Quox, but
Yeah. Did anyone here like Christina? At all? She's the one who pilots Alex.
Oh. My
The
namesake
NT1.
Gundam. Yeah. She came up with a figure recently, and I was gonna get it, but it was too expensive for the pose that they had her in. I was like, no.
Sheesh!
Because they wanted, like, I think they wanted, like, 200 for, like, a hunched over, hands on her knees kind of pose.
Wow.
Or, like, base 150.
It was the one man's wife that parted with him in the dog like Mech and Seed. Ooh.
Oh, fuck. Stella. Stella. Right? Because no. Because Stella piloted a Gaia, and that one turned into a dog. In Seed Destiny. Oh, Andrew. Yeah, nope, different man. I don't know Andrew's wife.
What about favorite female mecha pilot in Gundam?
Luna.
Because then Zeta would be on point with that one.
Luna, because I can't count Lacus as a pilot. Not officially.
Okay. Does
Otherwise,
anyone like any of the Flea clones?
Lee clones.
Yeah, like Marita and all that.
Mhm.
Marita Play 2 and stuff.
I don't know. Um,
Show.
I
Okay.
I will say I also do
Hold
like
on.
Machu. I'd have to say specifically pilots, Luna and Machu.
Nice.
G Gundam. Yeah, I need to watch G Gundam. I do like the design of the mobile suit dolls though. Those two ladies. Those girls look fun. Like I think it was like Seraphine and someone else. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sarah and May, I think.
Yeah,
The
Sarah
May one was
May.
pretty good. I like the android appearance was nice. Good design. I still find it interesting that Mikazuki, a man who had a young man who had real no emotion, ended up getting 2 chicks
You're talking IBO.
in Iberia.
Yeah. Yeah. And I stopped watching IBO because I got to the one man many women ship.
Oh yeah,
I no thank you.
yeah. A majority of them were his wives.
Yep. Their wives and daughters.
What?
Gross. Gross. But like IBO's got a lot of good kids, but there's so many people out there that are IBO purist, I don't wanna say. Like just IBO or nothing. But see, and like yeah, I
I
watched SAO, so
yeah, I like the IBO design for
mhm.
the mobile suits.
Yeah. Because they have really cool suit designs.
Yeah, a lot of the grays suits and all that kind of had like a nice
Mhm.
gladiator appeal.
Yeah.
Oh, Bile and Vidar, gimme.
I was gonna say Vidar is like amazing.
The model kit of the MG Vidar is
Mhm.
peak. The
I want to
build
get that one
quality
so
was
bad.
very nice. I am totally buying a second one just
Are
for
you
the
gonna
inner frame.
customize it at all, or
No, I'm leaving that one naked.
oh,
I'm building just primarily the inner frame for my second one.
Mm-hmm. Man wants his kids naked.
Because there's so many the detail on the inner frame is just as good as the detail on the armor.
Nice. So you're telling me it would be a technically good idea to get two?
It's worth it.
Okay.
Zeta, you would be up there with my friend Mandarin. He loves reborns and he loves irons. Gray's yeah, Gray's iron. Oh, that'd be nice. It'd be big, very big. Verkaj, yes, Turtle, you're up there with my buddy Fiasco. He would love a Verkaj G self. We're also thinking perfect grade G self. I wouldn't mind some more build fighter MGs kits though. PG Big Sam. Oh, that's a big boy and then some. Can you imagine if they decided to do a perfect grade version of the Neo Xeon? How tall do you think that would be? Yeah. So with that, with the MG G Gundams and all that, they did do it at one point, but a 2.0 would be very nice. Yeah.
Ooh, Devil Gundam would be nice.
PG from Remote Worker or the Bowl. Ooh. Interest has peaked. There is a I still want to get the Polypod Bowl. I mean that's a ball with spider legs. You have two? Let's go.
You were to collect a Haro, what one would you collect? And from what universe?
That's a Haro. Ooh.
Yeah.
I would say Stilettos.
Stilettos?
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I think I'd have to go with lock-ons. Just because that's still one of my favorite
Yeah,
designs
that's a really good
in
one.
the MG because it has his Haro carved into the chest in the cockpit, and it made me so happy. Otherwise, I'd say Lacuses just because of in Seed Destiny, they were bombs. Quite literally. But Machi's was also a pretty cool idea because it had like little speakers.
One. Yeah, no, I see that.
It is a little shit. all the Horos are just so freaking adorable, and I love them. I'm still waiting on a Horo I ordered last year to ship at some point.
Hopefully, you get it in time.
It's been pushed back so often that we'll see what happens. No. I knew about the Haru plush. I didn't know about the speaker. Send me a link. Send me a link. I will buy. Because there's a plush for like $45 that I may or may not buy this week. If it's still available in Gundam Plays. Post it in our links in the Discord server. That'd be awesome. That way I can snoop later. I bought like one giant pink ones, and it hasn't shipped yet. Because I ordered it back when I got my Racing Lacus figure, and I have my Racing Lacus, just not that Haro yet. I also need to call USA Gundam tomorrow to see if I can cancel my one model kit order because it's been over a year and I still haven't gotten it. Shadow, what do you mean by tormenting someone?
I think I know what he means.
You're evil if you're thinking what I think you're thinking.
The stuff that we're talking about before. Yeah, I hear a lot when it comes to USAG pre-orders. And it does surprise me.
I just
However, it's
go on.
like I'm thinking the reception behind it all, like they have the kits there, and the kit, has becomes available, but they won't ship anything out to you just yet. So, but I secured a pre-order. That means I should at least get the first batch.
Yeah, no, it's no. You're good. You're good. It's just I thought it was gonna mean something totally different. Because I used to be all for USA Gundam, and then I found out about Gundam Place instead. No, my mind went to the pinned message, and I was a bit like, this motherfucker's going to buy it, put some really spooky fucking ghost shit on it, and then send me a video late at night when I'm trying to sleep and paralyze the fuck out of me. That's where my mind went.
Just gave them a thought.
I know I did. Ever since I found out about Gundam Place, because my first ever order for them was for G-Clocks, and just how fast I got it and everything, and the stickers I get all the time with them, I'm just like, I like this place. So when I was actually very, very little, I hit up Gundam Place to be like, hey, want to work together? And they're just like, we're not looking for ambassadors at the moment. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm hopeful that maybe someday I could get sponsored or just an affiliate thing for a Gundam site. That'd be fun.
That would be something I would like to do as well.
Mm-hmm. I was like, I even hit up USA Gundam and I got ghosted, and I was like, fine, fuck you. Hmm. Yeah. Because even like with the Percival Gundam, I got a Gundam Place Zaku sticker, and I'm like, this thing is cool. While their website can be a little finicky, I like their stuff.
Gundam
And then
Place,
considering, go on.
Hobbytown, and USAGs are the three big ones that I know about when it comes to the American side.
Mhm. Mecha Warehouse was another one, but they're shutting down.
Oh,
They're either shutting down or downsizing their warehouse, but I think um when I read the text message right, they were shutting down. So, you know, now that there's going to be a Gundam Place shop, I need to get some.
moving to
Well,
Chicago.
well, my future roommate's currently in around that area at the moment, so I'm like, hey, want to make a trip for me?
Yeah, because a lot of places still would be like recovering from
Mm-hmm.
Christmas and New Year's being in very close proximity to each other.
Right. Thank you, Blackjacks. I will take a look at that when I have a moment then.
Have you got any future ground kits that you want to get?
Future what kits?
Ground kits, like the holy grail of plastic models.
Oh, hmm. Like in terms of my holy grail, or in terms of like the community holy grails?
Like yours, specifically.
RG Strike Rogue with Grand Slam. If I can get my hands on that, I will. That, or if there was a master grade with the Grand Slam.
You can buy. I think there's a Pbandi expansion you can get that has a Grand Slam in it.
Mm-hmm.
But the MG Strike Rouge is nice.
I loved
Solid
my
build.
MG Strike Rouge, but I'd have to say now I have to think. Holy shit, because it's like I don't really think about it that often. Um, But I can think of a lot of kits that I would like. Say if they were to make it, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Like I'd drop the money then and there. But in
Go
terms
ahead.
of kit, I like I said earlier, I really want an MG Fair Act so bad. I want more Fair Acts.
The largest
Like
gun
if I
that's
had,
been made, like height wise, a high grade Neo Zeon.
oh yeah,
That thing is about the size of a 3-year-old in terms of height wise.
it's fucking tall.
Let me see if I can get a picture of it. I would like them to bring out an MG version of Power Rider or Jim Spartan.
Mm-hmm.
Jax, this is a image of the Neo Zeon. It's huge. That's including the stand that it comes with. Yo, Spade! What's cracking, good man? How you doing?
Bing. A destroy Gundam would be nice.
I have a Destroy Gundam. He's right next to my
You do?
PGs. Yeah. He's a big boy too. I want the Psycho I want the Psycho Gundam Mark II as well. That's a big kit. Big kit for a high grade. Oh yeah, let's go.
We love new
Yeah,
shelving for model kits.
yeah, Wrath. I was also gonna say a Lego. If you're looking for like gunpla builders to watch, Spade is one of them.
I will have to do that at some point. Definitely. Because I want to say, hold on, let me pull this up.
Imagine an MG or PG scale Destroy Gundam. Yeah, that thing will be huge and expensive. Will it be as expensive as, say, the MG Unicorn Vercar? MGX Unicorn Vercar? Probably up there.
I'm scrolling through my Discord to pull up Spade's build that I was just heavily impressed with. I'm trying to find it.
Is it
There it
called
is.
Darkstar?
It was the MG at, Ale Strike with the fluorescent painting that they did. That just looks beautiful.
Yep. That's the he's in here as well on my side. That's the EcoPla one.
That thing is just so freaking cool. All the work you put into it, it's just nice. Also, if you mention a single fucking height thing, I will time you out, you bitch. I am not that short. I am motherfucking 5'10". Leave me alone.
That is a dead runner.
Is it small eyes? Mega Warehouse
Mega
is
Warehouse is
closing?
closing.
Okay.
Oof.
Ooh, I wonder if they just weren't getting the sales.
Yeah, Spade. I cannot wait to see what you do with that Spade. Not Spade. Sorry, with that lizard.
Lizard. That's gonna
I
be
cannot
so
wait to see
cool. I
how it's
can't
gonna
wait.
look.
What did the owner have to say about closing Mecha Warehouse?
Lizard, lizard,
Thank you,
lizard,
Turtle.
lizard, 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 lizard,
Lizard, lizard, lizard. Still one of my favorite memes of this year. Uh,
I have that
l-
one as well. As a 17. My only problem with my redeem is that there is no cooldown timer, so people can spam the fuck out of it. It annoys the shit out of me.
turtle, 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 turtle. Same brain cell. Same brain cell. Maybe.
There it goes.
The minute you mentioned no cooldowns, it's like, okay, how many points do I have?
Yeah,
50.
I have someone who spams the hell out of it.
God. See, and I just made mine a little bit more expensive because I'm like, there's some that I'm like, okay, you can spam these, and then there's others I'm like, nah, you gotta earn it.
There.
Wow.
Yeah, like that one.
I also decided to add one more thing to my Dark Stars shelf area. The 100 no grade Heidi gun, because it's basically my prize for winning Fed.
Wow.
Yeah!
And the spam has started.
Lovely. Fantastic.
Yep, there it is. Oh, the newts and the wows. Newt.
lizard,
Whoopee.
lizard, lizard,
Yep.
lizard, 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 lizard.
Yep. Because like I only have Newt because my friend Sanguino, who streams and I hang out with from time to time, uses the
Wow.
that Pengu as like his little mascot. So I was just like, all right,
Oh, yeah.
fine, you get to have your own button. So he's just like Newt.
I used to watch that a lot when I was a kid.
Oh,
The,
I need
the
to.
dad
I
always
should.
reminded me of like somebody who was Japanese. Just the way he talked. Like a Japanese general.
You know what? I'll do this because you've been streaming longer than I have. Ha.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. You do. You do need to make one for your channel, Zeta. Told you we needed more glitter.
I have a friend who has a glitter. No, they had a bedazzle redeem. And actually bedazzled a kit. It's taking them ages though, because the glue and all that's pretty expensive. The glue and the jewels.
It's always fun to see what people have for alerts because my one friend Foxtrot used to have a cannon and like a jump scare. And anytime I would show up, I would do that and he'd get jump scared. And then he'd take it away. And I'm like, no, you took away my fun
Ah,
buttons. How dare you? And I used to have a wait, do I still have Elton John?
good night, Jax.
Why is it not working?
Yes, darling.
There it
Do
is.
you need something?
I you mean. Why do you gotta I have a guest and you press
If
the button. You know how rude that is?
do what
Good
you need to do.
night. They you guys are mean. I have an Astarian button that it makes me flustered every time. And they can only be used twice a stream. And they just used it. They used it once. And I'm like, I have a guest. He
He's
isn't
also a
bad.
good actor.
He is. I like my Elton John redeem. I'll take a look. Just
Oh yeah, another thing I forgot to make mention of. About a week ago when we said about like goals for 2026. I would like to get more people, more Gunpla builders together,
Gunplay builders together.
like streamers and all that,
How? Like
like more
bigger
streamers.
collabs?
Yeah,
Or more people doing it?
bigger collabs, more people doing it. Just in general, I just want an itinerary of like everybody that does Gunpla
Mm-hmm.
that I can follow and watch.
Right? That would be nice
Like,
for more people. Because like every time I like you raid out for the end of the night, you see either the same people or new people, and then you're just like, what do we do? Because I know for me, I have the hardest time trying to raid into more uh like English speaking builders. So I'm just like, fuck. That's why more than half the time I just raid into you because I'm like, hey, at least I'm
yeah.
welcome to you.
Oh no, yeah, I'm making a habit to like welcome everybody, from all walks of life.
My brain's just like I default. I'm just like, oh, I know like base. I like this person, and I like watching their builds. And it just like with Gunpla communities, they just merge so well together. And I'm like, yeah, here we go, over here.
Yeah, Kaiju Kanojo, that she does Gunpla quite a fair bit too. Um, there's a bunch of like VTubers who do a lot of Gunpla building now.
Yeah, because like I want to try to do a collab with Strike Bougie, maybe Tickle someday, but I don't know yet.
Oh, Ticklepla?
Yeah,
I like Ticklepla.
I that it's been a hot minute since I've been in one of their streams. Feel Good would be awesome too, because of
Yes.
Feel Good I got my affiliate C.
Oh, let's go.
So, because they rated me with like 75 people, and I was like, this is how I get affiliate.
Would you believe me if I told you it was in that group as well?
Hmm?
I was in there.
Oh fuck.
That's how I met.
You.
That's how I met you.
Oh fuck.
I actually wrote you down
Damn.
on a list of like new people to watch whenever I get the chance.
uh, back when I used to stream a lot more consistently than I do now. When I try to do it more full time. Oh god. The amount of
Apparently,
pressure I put myself under
it is
that
paid.
too, because like I gave myself 48 hours to try to get everything up and running, and I just oh god. We kind of did, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of them that I know about kind of drifted off. IRL stuff to do. There's a fair few that you can still catch. Gunpla Neon, Gunpla Sisters, Spade,
Durillion, I'd say.
Dyrillion, yeah.
I love her.
Um, Evelyn,
Dorada too, from time to time.
yeah. I don't know. I don't. I know a friend of mine has had pretty interesting experience with one individual. Minty.
I even met Minty.
Uh,
They might have come into like stream a couple times, but I don't think I've watched
I
them.
am. Yeah, yeah. I miss City as well. City, Dapper. Um, if you like paint jobs, I miss Dokudel too. Yeah, Kira. I've been watching her recently as well.
Oh yeah, Kira. I remember when she started.
Who else am I thinking of? Hector Kitten. I miss Prophet DNA. Oh, and Jang. The Jang is also thinking of. Yeah, and Queen Serval, she's got Hygog. She likes the Hygog. My buddy Taike likes her. And the Hygog. Yeah, big boon.
I'm trying to remember the person that inspired me to do the cards for box art, and I can't remember who they were. To be honest, I'm gonna have to
Who
go back
else?
and look at my stuff. I know I've got them like tagged in my Discord. I just
Yeah,
gotta
see, I don't know about
search.
Spade 13, unfortunately. I heard he likes the sus.
I don't know about the spade guy. I'm a little. I'm a little apprehensive. Hmm, I don't know. I just had a bad thought. Hold off on the banhammer. Just hold off. Hold off.
Zayna, you don't know what I do with mine.
I hear you snort
I
stuff.
snort the
I
dust.
mean, I think everybody knows of
Oh,
my lovely bottle.
there's also Old Man White you should check out.
Here, super thanks.
Hell yeah, nub collection's almost full. Yeah, my nub collection is right underneath this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and grab it.
You know, wait, what do you guys think about this like Loki character? You know, like I
There's
hear
my
he's
nub collection.
cool. He could be a little crazy, but like, what do we think, chat? What do we think?
No, that Loki character is a real suspect individual. I hate shows you nipples on stream.
He built and made outfits behind this PNG. He did the one stream and he never took it off.
Yeah, I know, it's a fancy looking. I ruined it. I don't trust buzzers. We're paid actors, folks. We're paid actors.
Wait, if you're a paid actor, does that mean I pay for this collab?
No. Unless you want to.
No, I don't know. Is he getting paid?
I wish.
I mean, technically, I can English.
Yeah, ad revenue. Yeah, that's a
Ad
given.
revenue. Shadow, I'm working on it. I promise. Please, I promise.
Thank
If
you,
I could pay
NTD.
you, I would.
Well, there's a running gag in my community that if I get 500 Australian dollars, I will drink Foster's beer. That thing is disgusting, and I hope to God it never happens. But the other one also is if I hit $1,000, I will start an OnlyFans account.
Oh my god. Are you sure OnlyFans and not Fansly?
Nah, OnlyFans. I could do Fansly. I actually found something interesting about Fansly the other day.
What'd you find out?
You can log in with your Twitch account.
Yeah,
I was
you
like,
could
what?
stream on there too.
Yeah.
Who's
In my defense, Spade, that album came out of nowhere.
see, I thought Loki was a little Pomeranian Chihuahua mix that's just like really, really yappy, and then
What?
you know, like the one robot from Transformers that hummed Megan Fox's leg.
Wheelie! Name's
See,
Wheelie,
see that?
say my name, say my name! But you know, that was the running gag with my community. As if I get $1,000 Australian, yeah, I would start adults. I'll start a site like that. It's never gonna happen. Don't get me wrong. It's never gonna happen.
Even if you do reach it.
Oh, if I reach out, I'm a man of my word, and I'll do it.
I mean,
But
I've been
no one
tempted
ever
to.
said anything about. No one ever said anything about putting anything on there.
You'd make an account, but you'd never do.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, just get some really big, thick cheeks to NTD. Burning Gumper with your toes out.
See, and like with my 1.0 design, it would be perfect for Fansly. But I don't know how many people would pay just for my model to be building Gunpla. When they
Buddy, I'm glad that you're jealous because you'd have to get to a point where you need to do 8 of these. And let me tell you, the springs were no fun. We have the 8 Dragoons. I already built 8 MGX dragons. Yeah, that's valid. I've also done the MGX dragoons. The fucking frick. Oh boy, I would literally spend like $300-400 on a live 2D model, and one where it's just there's there's no bloody shirt on. I'll go for a half body one.
You know what? I I'm not gonna say it. I'm a woman. I'm not gonna say shit. No, I changed my mind. I'm not saying shit.
So good.
I am a woman. I am not saying shit. Uh,
The stories I hear about online stuff,
oh,
especially since I've been around on Twitch for like a very long time, like as a viewer.
no, just like I look at that comment. I'm like, technically have both.
And I'm pretty sure someone's already done that.
Yeah.
Like I've heard stories about what's her name, Niani or Niani, and her Elder Ring
Manners?
playthrough. Nanas, that's the one.
Oh, the Russian one? Or no?
Yeah.
Because
Somebody
there's
had a thing up there.
see, I
Think
heard
about it,
of
makes me laugh.
I heard about the Russian one that was playing. It, I don't know if it was Elden Ring or if it was Armor Core with a thing, and that's how she got famous.
Yeah.
Equal rights, equal speed. Hold on. You know what? You know what? Hold on.
He did it live in front of people watching her at some sort of convention too. Did do it again? Oh my god. Oh, fucking hilarious. That's a lot of you can basically call out those blokes being voyeurs.
Oh my god. See, like, I know sex sells, but I'm like,
Yeah.
I have the pipe dream of like I want to be to the levels of like all the other VTubers like Cotton and those guys and just build model kits. But I don't know. We'll see. That's kind of like
No, I just
the dream, the goal is just I want to build model kits.
yeah,
And a
no,
lot of
I'm
them
in
are
the same
starting to
boat.
do it and start to build Legos and that stuff. So I'm like, maybe there's hope.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I mean, like Cotton did a stream building the RG Evangelion kit.
Ooh, interesting choice.
Yep. Lucy Pyre does it. She doesn't do it on stream, but she does it off stream. I know, Shadow. Let me have hope. I like being a second shifter.
Wow.
Um, yeah, I lost my train of thought now.
Someone who's done this hobby for like gone on 7 years. The the amount of people who do gunpla building it's vast, but a lot
Hold
of them
on, my
have their
headset's
own.
dying.
Ah, bugger. What's it? It's vast, but the thing is also each of them don't like reaching out to other Gunpla streamers,
No,
which is
my headset's not
unfortunate.
gonna come back. Okay. Alright, speak.
Hello, Avon calling.
Yeah. Okay, now I should be able to hear you.
Fingers
Hopefully.
crossed.
Yep, I can hear you. Alright. I had to turn off
Yeah,
my headset for whatever reason just stopped connecting to my PC, so now I gotta use my speakers.
ah, bugger.
So I probably won't be able to hear sound alerts and things, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see where life takes me, and I'll go from there. I'm just not a morning person, and even then, when I did like my Sunday like early morning stream, just it was no different than when I was here late at night. So I was just like, eh. I was like, I'll do what makes me happy for now, and then maybe later I'll change.
Yeah, that's the primary thing to do. Is just make yourself
Yeah.
happy.
Mm-hmm. Cause like I've got something very big planned for next year around my birthday, and I'm hoping that God, I'm hoping it pays off. I'm hoping like I'm able to do my plan before I move. But if I have to do it after, I'll do it after. But I can't wait. I'm so excited. I love how my thought is not. Damn it, Zeta. Ah. Yep. All right. Do it. I've got so much shit going on next year with like the move and everything. I'm so nervous, but I'm hoping I have like more space for all my model kits and stuff. I just I want to evolve and get better and hopefully learn how to paint and when I move I can do Lego building and all sorts of stuff like that. There we go. We've been getting all the new battle work ones. Ooh, nice. Ow, my back. Okay. What is your guilty pleasure either Gundam show or Gundam kit that like a lot of people don't like but you really really like?
That's a good one.
Hmm?
That's a good question.
Mhm.
Off the top of my head, it would be anything Pbandi.
Really? Any
Yeah.
Pbandi?
Yeah, a lot of people do not like Pbandi for varying reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be like very few and far between when it comes of availability, or sometimes it's shipping deals, or it's too expensive, or it's just a reskin of an old kit in most cases.
Oh, I cut out the wrong parts. Oopsie. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's because of my speaker. Because my headsets don't work, he might come in twice.
Echo!
Yeah, you're gonna come in twice. Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. For some reason, my headset's just deciding not to connect with my PC, so.
Do you want to do a couple of minutes to troubleshoot it?
What?
I don't mind waiting.
I don't know if it's gonna be a thing where I can fix it without having to restart my PC. But what I can do is, I can try to. I can try to up my gain a little bit and just talk closer to my mic and turn my speaker down so that way. Like, I can find a way, hopefully. Just need to test it, that's all. So, we'll see. We'll see how I can get it to work. Because otherwise, the only, like, solution I could have, it's not even feasible because I don't have I don't have earbuds I can plug into my mic so that way I can hear everything. Yeah. I have to say, for me, my guilty pleasure um is the Witch series because I'll put that on in the background and just listen to it. That I would say is like my guilty pleasure. It used to be Seed Freedom until I watched Witch, and then I'm just like, I'll put Witch on YouTube and just let it go. Hopefully this works, but we'll see.
Nothing wrong with the early roll grades. It's just the integrity of the inner frame. That's the thing.
Alright. I think I got it figured out to where you can talk now and you won't echo.
Yee!
Maybe just like the smallest bit, but I think I got it.
That's right.
I did it. I did it. I did it. Haha.
I
Praise
mean,
me.
the focal point is you. They need to
What?
listen to you. I'm a guest. Well, they do take extra work, but it's worth the hassle. Because as somebody who builds all the main grades, it is nice to see where they were going to come start with, and see what they were experimenting with and whatnot, and then going from there up to now, it's a far cry from what we have now to what we used to have.
Wolf Seeker, how's it going?
Hello.
Gonna.
And it's the same deal with every like the high grades as well, Shadow. Um, you know, a lot of them back then they will always just go polycaps, polycaps, polycaps. But now if you look at some of the newer ones like for Witcher Mercury and G-Clocks, they're shifting away from all of the polycaps and going straight pure plastic.
Which I feel like is an upgrade in itself, to be honest. Because you can lose
And
those polycaps so easy if they don't give you spares.
oh yeah. I think I've got like 70 like different sets of like unfinished polycaps. And if you look at, let's say, for example, if you look at the 30-minute mission line, I feel like that was the hotbed for some of the newer kits because they were testing out joints. They're using the 30-minute mission kits to test out joints. Yep. Because one of the big issues with the older IBO kits was the AHAB reactor. It would come apart after like playing with it around the torso a little bit. Thank you for the brag. Thank you for the brag, Lava. I'm pretty much the same boat as you, mate. Hello from shopping mall. That's what are you shopping for? Show me what you got. I had to spend an hour or so here since car went to have a wash and so. Ah,
Yep.
right.
Thank you for the hydrate, Wolf Seeker. I appreciate it.
Yep, that's right, Shadow. Spot on there.
Thank yous. Alright. I'm gonna have to get more water here in a bit.
Yeah, I'll need to go get myself a drink and use a bathroom.
Go take a break.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Where's my camera been like? There we go. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I definitely can't hear my freaking crap.
Wow.
Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Don't do everything yet.
Wow.
Hold on, I can't hear it. Don't even let me switch it. I'll streaming. Hello, can you guys hear me? Okay, you can now. Awesome. Oh god. I just got things to work, so now I can hear all my
All right, I'm back.
alerts and things, so I'm sorry that my headset decided to go kaput. I don't think it's just time that
That's okay.
I gotta add a new one in, but at some point.
It happens.
It wouldn't be a Gunpla stream if there wasn't scuff.
Indeed.
Put it in there. See, but that's the thing. I don't know what type of headset to get. That's the thing. Because it's like, do I go with a gaming headset? Do I go with a non-gaming headset? Things like that. Because I've been seeing these things for like in-ears for stream that you can just hook into your mic. But at the same time, it's like if I plug anything into my mic, I'll hear myself, and I don't know if I want to hear myself in that way. Settle. What do you mean check the throne? What do you mean check the? Hold up. What did you do?
Uh-oh.
You bitch. What did you do? 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 I haven't even gotten an email yet. What did you do? Also, hold on. Actually, I will pull this out just because you brought it up. So just give me 1 second. No. Where's my... There it is. I have a crown that says Scuff Empress on it.
Oh, that's lovely.
That Corliss made for me. So now I'm going to wear it. The crown is mainly green, but I use a green, like,
Yeah, I use a chrome key
background.
and all that.
So, yeah. Now I gotta fix everything because I moved everything over to my other monitor. It's chrome keyed out. Yeah, it's chrome keyed out. Okay, what did you do to my throne, bitch? Wait, what has been fun? Hold on. Shadow, you didn't. Motherfucker, you didn't. No. Really?
What happened?
My camera just got crowdfunded, so I don't have to use a webcam anymore.
Hey, let's go!
You guys, I'm gonna cry. No.
You guys, awesome.
Thank you, Shadow. I'm gonna cry. Damn it. Now I gotta learn how to do that. Oh, this is gonna be fun. But hey, that means better quality stream for when I fucking do this shit.
Yep, also zoom in functions.
Zoom in functions, autofocus, that's better than this. That's gonna be so nice. Thank you. I feel spoiled. Fuck. I wanna cry. I wanna cry so bad. Cause like
I think it's time for a group hug.
I started this a year ago. My Gunpla dad already got me the pink Zaku, and then even then, when it came up, Shadow got it for me first.
Are we talking about the Luna Maria concert one?
Huh? What?
Because that one's pretty good.
I have the. I don't need a second pink Zaku. I won't say no, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
The live concert one, the Lacus Marie Campbell one, or technically
Yeah.
Lacus Klein.
The Zaku Warrior.
Mm. Yes, pink Zaku for Loki.
I will totally build it if somebody sends me one.
You should build it in a maid dress.
Yeah, another maid outfit.
I'm not gonna let you live that down. I'm just gonna be like, anything.
Oh, please
build it in a
don't.
maid dress.
If y'all can get me a 4XL men's maid outfit alongside it, I will build it in that maid outfit.
Oh, hold on. I might need your exact measurement, and I'll just fucking get one custom off of Easy Cosplay.
Jots down notes. 4XL. Make Loki put the pink Zaku in a maid outfit.
I don't even know if you could.
I'll see if I can find someone that can do something like that.
Alright, good night, Shadow. Thank you.
Good night, Shadow.
Get some sleep.
Might do it.
Listen, I'm in a good mood. I just get swing. I might do it.
Valid.
Honestly though, I would not be against my community, my people having an army of pink Zakus in varying outfits. Because then I can be like, okay. This member has the maid Zaku. This member has the Neko Zaku. And this one's got the BDSM Zaku we don't talk about. And they're all pink.
New Zaku for Genesis.
Genesis, you would build your Zaku and not put the armor on. That would be your
Just
new
give it
Zaku.
The only thing that we built up is the head.
Yeah. Alright, well, I guess it's time for me to do the thing that I don't want to do. I'll take the BDSM Zaku. See, no, hear me out. There would be a certain thing right here instead of the square. I'm just saying. Make this part red and the rest of this black. It's already built in for you. All right, Loki can have the maid Zaku, and I can have the Neko Zaku.
Let's go.
See that should be the goal. Paint the Zaku to the outfit you're assigned. Like, just get little bunches of fabric and like make But honestly, you could cheat though. You could go find doll clothing with
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and just put it on your Zaku. You could cheat that way.
Yeah. Just take your Zaku with you when you go out and see if it matches if it can fit in the outfit before you buy it.
Wait. You're the only OnlyFans post you do is you wearing the maid costume with your maid Zaku in a maid bag.
And it's on my chest and all that.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's brilliant.
It's just you posing with the Zaku. My marker, my pen's dying, and I don't have any spares. I will say I do have another goal of mine. I want to feel confident enough at the end of next year so that in 2027 I can put my model kits into a showcasing to get judged.
Ooh, like GBWC and all that.
And just like local contests and stuff like that, nothing too big.
Okay.
Because where I currently live, the shop that I really like going to does one, but I'm just not confident enough that just me building a kit and panel lining it would do it. So.
Well, the good thing about those competitions is they have varying brackets.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you only did, let's say, panel lining and assembling the kit, you would still be in a certain bracket for that.
Yeah.
You could participate in that one.
Because I want to be so good with like my panel lining and my building to that I feel confident enough to be like, hey, I can put it in something like that and not just have it sit on the shelf.
Yeah. Bade came third in his competition.
Nice.
He took part in GBWC and all that. He got third place
Nice. Congratulations.
for his he did a custom kit called Darkstar Gundam. It was so well done.
Mm-hmm. No, because it's why like, granted we're yapping, and so I haven't really gotten too far in my Zaku, but I'm just taking the time panel lining too, and just.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's fine. I mean, I'm taking my time with this one because it's the wings. I gotta do so many. I got like pages to do.
Mm-hmm. No, because I was gonna ask to be like, oh, do we have similar kits in the backlog? And then I looked at your backlog. I'm like, that's a negative.
I depends on what I might have a fair few depending on what they are.
Mm. But I was like, I've been talking about this
My
kit
backlog is sporadic,
for
and I need to update
months,
it.
and I was just like, oh, I have these plans to do this big stream with the Miku Zaku
No.
because so many people wanted it and wanted to see it, and I'm like, oh, okay, let's go. Because I haven't seen anybody stream build it yet.
I got one person who has the Miku Zaku. They're live doing their some weathering on their unicorn.
Mm-hmm.
But when I tried to get it, it was only for a competition. Like you need to do like a lottery kind of deal, like a raffle. So that was the only way I could get mine. But sadly, I didn't win.
Gotcha. See, because like for me, it had completely slipped my mind when it came out, and it was like 2 hours after it came out, and there was still some available. So I like snuck off to the bathroom because it was at work, and I was like, I'm gonna go broke for this model kit because I was just like, I don't have the money, but I'm like, I'm really gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And I sent a screenshot of it to my brother. I'm like, can this be my Christmas present from you? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, cool. You owe me this much. And he's like, okay, bet.
Yeah, I don't know what my count is when it comes to kids Genesis, but it's up there in the double digits. I mean, it's not going to beat my triple digit count though. My build count.
I swear I might have to go outside and grab a lighter.
I got PGs, I got third party kits, Goldpla, high grades, real grades.
What's your favorite to build? Like, if you had to pick a favorite thing to build, what would it be?
Master grades.
Master grades?
Yeah. Any master grade, old, new, whatever the case may be. I love master grades. Because it's a nice blend between complexity and affordability.
Mm-hmm. My favorites are Zaku's. Do you have a favorite kind of Zaku, Panda? Or just Zaku's in general?
Only in the knees when it's been transformed into destroy mode, Zeta. Because it doesn't like this. There's nothing to clip into. It just likes to sit there. So when you transform it into the destroy mode, you just gotta let it sit there on the top of that knee section. Actually, I might show you.
No. You just started building them? Are you new to Gunpla building, or have you been doing it for a while? Well, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the hobby so far. Yeah, I'm just over here working on the Miku Zaku. Just got the edge now. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. That's usually how this thing starts. Is once you start, you can't really go back.
Okay. So yeah, Zeta. It's this little section here in the knee. Even if you touch it like a little bit, it doesn't like to sit in there, or doesn't like to clamp into anything, so it just sits there. And that, of course, falls out. So, as well as decent as the Unicorn MGs are, it's not the best.
Yeah, new hand touches the beacon. If you ever have any questions or anything about Gunpla kits, Panda, you're more than welcome to ask me or Loki or any other Gunpla builder. We're all very friendly, very, passionate about our crafts. Well, Loki, help me out here. What's the famous saying in our little Gunpla community? I can't seem to remember it.
You ain't. Ooh. Gunpla's freedom.
Yeah, that one. There we go. I love that saying so much. That's how I knew it was going into a good place. Ooh, the Psycho Zaku. Have you done
Psycho
the
Zaku is really nice.
Have you done the
I've not
police
built mine yet.
Zaku from G-Quox yet?
Who, me?
But yeah, if you have.
Yeah, I have.
Is that any good?
The stickers are shite.
Really?
They're
That thing
crap.
is
They
like
don't like to
all
sit well.
stickers.
Nah, the stickers are not that great.
Really?
I actually had to super glue some of the stickers onto my Zaku.
Wow, that's insane.
The Psycho Zaku though for a car is a really nice kit. It's yeah, and Spade puts it. It's an event.
I'd say the Blaze Zaku is my favorite. I got the MG and the high grade for it, and I love that thing so much.
Let me see if I can find with my Zaku is.
But
Where did I put my place Zaku?
I snapped a foot part. Yeah, super glue can be your friend for sure. They don't make like part Sometimes Zakus are tricky. They can be really, really tricky.
I don't remember where I put the Zaku. Yeah, let's track them. I'll find them. I will find me eventually. Probably one of the boxes. To be frank.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So a couple of their stickers, they just did not like to be on there.
Mm-hmm. I believe it.
But it was not too bad of a kit. It was alright.
I mean, it could always be worse, right?
That's true.
Because what? One of the worst Zaku kits is the one I'm working on? In terms of just being annoying.
Let's see.
Because it's just it's the old RG Zaku, the second one,
Yeah, it's
with just
using that
Miku
old frame.
coloring. Just donating. Oh, you're donating blood to get your first 40k model set?
Ooh.
What faction? I'm always like, I know nothing about 40k. Absolutely nothing. But I love asking. Blood for the blood.
Dark Angels? Ah, okay.
Dark Angels aren't bad. That's not bad at all. You know what I can't wait for next year though?
What's that?
You know those Hogwarts wand racks that people get for like
Yeah.
the wands? I want one of those for my desk match for stream.
Oh.
So bad. Because I use so many different desk mats for stream to kind of just help me stand out, so to speak. Because that's what I use. Is just like I don't like the cutting board or like the plain cutting board. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna give something for people to look at, and I'm like, really, really sexy desk mats that I can get away with. So, oh, I didn't even realize that was still up.
Especially if they're all VTubers.
Yep, I've got Tricky Spite, Layla Laser or Lazar. I think that's it in terms of deathmatch. I think I've only got 3. Skulls for the Skull Throne, yes.
Blood for the Blood God!
I mean, I have one in my merch store. I have 2, technically. I still need to get 2 of my own. There's there's a safe for work one, and then there's the borderline safe for work one. So selfish plug, I have merch. Link in the panels below. I want to someday get a plushie of my little mascot here, though. I think that'll be my sign of I made it as a person, as a content creator. It's like if I can get a plushie of my little mascot funded, I'll be happy.
Let's go.
Mm. That's like my biggest goal. I want this little guy. To sit with all my other VTuber stuff.
But
Because now I'm curious. I want to see how many like orders I've done.
ooh,
Hey, looks like you got busy.
I see. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. Not that clip. Hello, raiders. Hope you're doing well today. I see. How goes the unicorn kit bash? Speaking of Digimon, indeed bipolar. Hello, welcome out in everybody. I am Mr. Loki. I play video games, I build plastic models, mainly Gunpla, and I'm joined here by Wrathful Soul, a new Gunpla buddy of mine.
Hello, everybody. How you all doing? We're just talking
Fantastic so far.
Gunpla and
Heck yeah.
Chaos.
Indeed, yeah.
Ooh, thank you for the follow, Cloud. I appreciate it. Yay!
Resin. Heck yeah.
Finally, somebody did the lurker button. Oh, I love that emote. That's so cute. Oh fuck! I'm gonna hate my life. I just realized where I'm at.
Caesar.
This is gonna
What's going on, buddy? Yeah, I see. Thank you again so much for the raid. I'm glad that the kit is going well for you. I cannot wait to see what it looks like. Resin, you go get some sleep, buddy. Thank you again for popping in.
Oh. Ooh, crap. There we go. Okay. You're alive. I was like, for a second, everything buffered, and I was like, huh?
Oh no!
I'm just having all the freaking issues over here, aren't I?
Stream stuff, just stream stuff.
Am I supposed? Okay. I have a question for everybody who's built this RG Zaku. Because I'm a little ooped, and I don't know if I'm doing this right. So, when they mean, like, because I'm going to start doing the little piping stuff for the Zaku, do they mean this little spring part, or do they mean something else to put the pieces on? Because I don't know.
That is a good question. I've only done the MGs.
doing my
I
resident.
think they give you that rod for threading, but
which is what I thought.
they
Well,
give you
but like I've only got the
yeah,
two, so I didn't know if they do the threading for the face as well either. Oh, the face threading is different. Thank you for the follow video, Caesar. I appreciate it. New Gameplay friend. Maybe this demon can go somewhere. I'm gonna fucking put myself in like a gutter, I swear. Ugh. Alright, what am I doing? This. That's what I'm doing. Okay. All of them? Okay. Oh fuck. Hey, I found it. Let's move. Look at those beef. Fucking. I have no choice about cleaning these up. So. I have no choice. Holy crap. Especially if I want to enter this into a contest someday. That's why I'm taking all my time that I can.
It's easy. I've been good. Been good.
You do thread it with the spring. You put the Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Icy did the Miku Zaku.
Because my thought process is if I finish this and then I eventually get the Miku model kit that's out there, I could put those two together and submit them into a thing. That
Nice.
could be fun. But I've never built this Zaku before, so I'm like, help. I didn't know how this threading stuff was going to work and or whatnot. But the good news is these aren't super bad to clean up.
I know this one's not the final wing, but I got several more to do.
How many more do you have left?
I got about 2, 3.
Fuck.
About
Hi, Miss. How's it going?
Oop. I got about 6 more pages of nothing but wing. Hold on, let's have a look. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 pages.
Damn.
And I've only done 4.
Doing good about my. Ooh, have fun with that. Third party Sasabi. Currently working on the beating for the Zaku.
Where's my other queue run at? Yes.
Alright, come here. You know what? I can see how people would get angry at this. Do I even have?
Yeah, the Zaku 2.0 Master Grade was not a real picnic either. They felt very brittle. So you have to be extra careful with them.
Mm.
Well, at least mine did. Mine felt brittle.
No, like this is fine, but I can see how people would be like, I'm not cleaning these beads, and I'm like, I don't blame them. But I'm just lucky enough I have tweezers that I can use to put them on. There we go. I think it might be time for me to change out my sander already. I think I got a couple more uses before I gotta switch it out. Alright.
How much have you done on the Sazabi Synergy? Like, how far in are you so far? Oh, that's a good question as well, Sol. When you build kits, do you panel line first, or do you panel line last?
Both, depending on the kit.
Okay.
Nope. I will either do it while I'm building, or I will do it after, depending on the kit. More than half the time, I do it while I'm building, but there's a couple cases where it's like I'll finish building it and I'm like, oh, this would look better panel line, so then I just take it apart and do it then.
That's right.
What about you?
Yeah, I used to panel line it in between parts, but now I go panel line at the beginning, let that all dry up, and then when I start assembling, I clean it up a bit.
Gotcha.
And then if I need to repanel line, I'll do that as well.
So you panel line on the runners.
Yeah.
My brother's doing that, and I'm just like, huh, interesting.
It does help out. if it's a bit more stable as well, and especially if you're using a pour type marker and the ink flows in between the seams,
Mm-hmm.
it does get in there a little bit, and it kind of plays with the other plastic that's in there, depending on what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's better off that you panel line it beforehand, especially with the fluid type inks.
Gotcha.
Like Tamiya is kind of guilty with that one. Just woke up for a nap. Nice.
I thought about taking like a nap earlier today, and
Same,
I was just like, nope.
same. But I was so ready for this collab.
Well, I was so thrown off because like I know you like to game before like building, and so I was just like all of a sudden I see you live, and I'm like, huh? What? Fuck? Am I late? To my like? Fuck. Because like I think I might have fucked up the time zone, so I was like, fuck.
Yeah. So like, was it 11? Was it 11 o'clock? 11:30 would be about 4 p.m. for me,
Mm-hmm.
which is all right because I probably would have been streaming like way past that. I probably would have been streaming to like 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's
Sometimes even 10, 10:30.
like 2:30 in the morning here, but that's normal for me. So,
Yeah.
but I was just like, oh.
I stream all day
Mm-hmm.
mainly, so
I was just so thrown off because like I saw you like like I was like I got mentioned. I was like, huh? What? Hold on. And I saw the tag, and then I saw you ended stream, and then you started stream again, and I was like, what's going
yeah.
on? Did I miscommunicate? I'm so lost.
So my PC was having some issues, and I
Mhm.
just thought, I'm gonna reset the stream, reset everything. So
Mhm.
that's what happened.
Gotcha. Because then I was just like, fuck it, guys. I'm starting an hour early.
But no, I was getting ready for this for
Mhm.
today.
Because I was like, fuck. I was so busy that I didn't like get a chance to like really talk before the collab, and so I was just like, ugh. I was helping one of my community members troubleshoot their stuff, and I was like, I can't fucking do this. I don't know what I'm doing. But then I was just like, later I was just like, you know what? I'm excited. I'm gonna push it up an hour, and I didn't want you to wait, so that's why I messaged you when I did. It's just like, don't get caught up in a game of Fortnite. I am on my way.
I was having issues with Fortnite. It was just lagging for me like so severely.
Mm,
It was horrible.
we gotta play Rival sometimes. That would just be fucking funny.
Absolutely.
It'd be equal parts fun and funny to the point of where I'm just like, yeah.
Do you play it on PC or PlayStation?
PC. I do everything on PC.
Mhm.
I'm a bougie bitch.
Nothing wrong with that.
Mm, no, my ex, when he and I had first started dating, not a month into it, he bought a new PC and he gave me his old tower. And then I ended up giving that tower away to a friend of mine for like his kid to play games. And I got a new tower, and it's just been my baby ever since. And I've like anytime a game comes out, I'm like, I can't wait to get it on Steam, and I can't wait to play it because I also have a Steam Deck. So I'm like, oh, I can take it with me. I can hook it up to a
Oh, that's
TV.
even better.
Because I for the holidays I travel outside of town, so I was in a hotel for like 5 days. You bet my bougie ass was laying in a hotel bed with my Steam Deck connected to the TV playing Hollow Knight. I was just like, I had my controller and everything. And I was like, yep, this is the life. Until I like would pass out because I was just so emotionally exhausted. I'd just pass out, and my brother would be like, "Can you turn off your stuff?" I'm like, "Huh? What? What year is it? What time is it? I don't know where I am."
Oh boy.
But no, I used to play on PlayStation, and now the only game I play on PlayStation is like the Astrobot game, and when the Avatar Frontiers of Pandora game first came out, I got it on PlayStation, and then it came out on Steam, so I got it on Steam. And I just like it feels so weird to like for certain games to just hold a controller and like sit there and stare at a TV when I'm like so used to sitting at my desk and a 32-inch monitor in front of me to be like, ooh, all the
It's crisp,
graphics.
clean, all the graphics.
Mm-hmm. It's so smooth. I'm not like so far away.
I need to finish Frontier of Pandora.
I'm like, I want to say I'm still in the beginning because I just finished the like the Kingslayer Forest, and I'm going on to the second area.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm still a baby, but with this new DLC for the Fire and Ash movie, I'm like, I want to play it so bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get myself the DLC and the
I,
Fire and Ash content as
Fire,
well.
the movie was good, I'd say at least.
It was pretty decent for like 3 hours.
There was moments where it felt like it was dragging, for sure. But what do you expect? There was a couple moments where I was like, huh, interesting. I wonder what the director's cut would look like. You know?
The one thing that really made me look like I have a second guess was the interactions with Kutch and the that psychic
Yeah.
of
Him and
Ash
his
Clan.
girlfriend.
His new boo. I think at that point, if he kept on going a little more, he was slowly turning native.
I I think so
He was
too.
going down the Jake route.
I also don't think he's gone.
No, he's not gone yet.
Because a lot of people after that movie are just like, oh, this is basically like really religious and like the Bible. And I'm like, oh. Oh my god. Nope. And, oh, fuck. Well, that came apart. Okay. And it was just like, you know what? It makes sense for it to be like pseudo take imitation from religion. Because it's all like, it's, the people are already so like spiritual, that it's kind
Yeah.
of a given. But I'm like, there's no way him and his boo are done. But like, I know we can't talk spoilers, but this is all I can say is I'm glad my favorite character redeemed herself. I'm happy for Natiri. Because she
Yeah,
had me worried there for a minute.
she was really on that. Given she's grieving.
I
Give it,
honestly,
damn Robert Shinji.
Cindy gets. Still playing
I quit, Dad. And he comes back like half an hour later.
So I broke up with businesses. The Steam machine is gonna be so freaking nice. Oh my god. I can't wait for that. That'll be nice. I lost 2 of you. Fuck. Oh, you down here. I found him. Oh, thank God. I plan on using it for a second PC too for my stuff. Cause I just think it would be so much nicer. So I can just have my games on one thing and then like my streaming stuff on another. Hmm. Stop. Come off, please.
Yeah, Cyberpunk is one of those games where you can just go back and just do whatever the hell you want with it. I'm looking forward to Witcher 4 though.
I am looking forward to playing as Siri in that franchise.
Mm. Especially since now she's a full-fledged Witcher.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the adventure she's gonna have.
Oh God, no, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose hours and hours playing that one. Tell it, babe.
Fuck it. You can have one less fucking beat. I don't
Okay, what's next?
One less page, but I don't care.
E7 S1.
Although I will laugh if I end up streaming up until my partner wakes up to go to work. I will genuinely laugh just a little bit. Damn. I really did only just order 3 dust mats. I thought I got more. Oopsies.
Oh, time to buy more.
Yeah, like I would say if Shylily, Numi, and Bao came out with one, I'd be happy. But at the same time, it's like I get most of them from gamer subs, and even then, it's like I go to secondhand websites to see what like other people are selling, and if I see one for a good deal and I like the VTuber, I'm like, mine. Because that's where a majority of my collection this year came from. Because I found so many good, like, VTuber resellers on Macari, and I was just like, oh, okay, this is where I can start my collection. And that's what I did.
Heck yeah.
Alright, one leg done. Time to do the other one. This is gonna take a while. If it took me 4.5 hours to do 2 feet and a leg, oh my god.
It has taken me precisely 5 hours to do this set of wings.
You know what? Yeah. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, there's a lot.
We're also yapping and looking up shit and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're doing other things as well.
But that's the best part about Gunpla building is because I've met so many people that like I'll just hang out in chats and they'll just be like, "Oh fuck, that's right, I'm supposed to be building," and I'm like, "Yeah, find your squirrels."
Yep.
Oh.
Like I could go on tangents for like hours and hours and hours, and I would, in the background I would just be, flicking like a piece of plastic around, not doing anything with it.
No, that's why I have my mod to remind me if I yap too much to be like, "Hey, you're not in just chatting, you're building." I'm like, that's right. I'm supposed to be building.
Once you get into like a rhythm on a kit, it kind of becomes like second place, so you can do more talking.
I've never had that happen, really. To be honest with you.
Realistically, I'm doing that right now.
Oh. I guess if it's like repetitive, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it can be like that sometimes.
Like, I'd say, like, they're... Like, the really small, simple high grades that you can get done in one session, I'd say those would be it. But I hardly ever do those kids. And then when I do, I'm just like, ah, shit. It's over. Now what?
Yeah. That's why when it comes to a high grade, I like to take my time with it. Because I know if I finish it in one go, we're not going to do anything else.
See, I don't like. I hardly ever have that problem. It's more the fact of okay, because I try to build a kit in as little, like, as least amount of streams as possible, and then I realize it's like, oh god, it's gonna take a whole month to do this. But I can't like really do those long hours. I can only do like 3-4 hours most of the time because I stream during the week, and I couldn't on the weekends due to my dad's injury, but that seems to be lessening, so maybe I might be able to bring back Sundays, but I don't know yet.
Well, IRL stuff takes priority,
Yeah.
and we'll be here around for it when you come back.
Oh, yeah, no. I hated my like little hiatus that I had to do. Oh my god, I was just like, I want to go back.
Yo, Cyborg, how you doing, buddy? Going good, though. We are getting there on this bloody wing. It took me, what, 5 hours yesterday, or the day before, to do 8 of these. 8 of these Dragoons. And it's taken me 5 hours so far to do the freaking inside of the wings.
He's cooked, chat. He's cooked.
I'm burned. I'm burned out. But I'm gonna try and get this done by the end of the year. That's the goal. Even
Stream
if I
does
have
not
to...
end until he finishes what he's doing.
Yeah. In which case would be up to page 30. Because then I could speed through the other one tomorrow. And then do the rest of the other stuff I need to do, which is the weapons and the stand. And then I'm done. Done with this kit. And done with 2025.
I would say I have about another hour left before I will legitimately get in trouble for being awake.
Ba 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 ba.
'Cause, like,
Vegas.
there we go.
Yo, Vegas, thank you so much for the raid. How goes it? How's your stream? What were we up to? What were you building? Hold up. Welcome on in, Raiders. To those who don't know, I am Mr. Loki. I play video games, I build plastic models, mainly Gunpla. And I'm joined by my new buddy here, my new best friend. Raph.
Hello. Hi, peoples. My name's Restful Soul. I'm a chaotic succubus Gunpla building demon, so.
Yep. Working on the waste and chest piece of the World Grade God Gundam. Let's go.
Am I doing this right? Oh, fuck.
Well, Vegas, if you need after stream care, by all means. Otherwise, stick around and hang out. We are going to be live for a little while now. I like the God Gundam, though. I need to get the Fat Cat.
How is the RG God Gundam? I've heard it's good.
It's good. The the wrists are a bit finicky, but they're alright. If you look past it all, it's mainly just plastic on plastic.
Yeah.
Gotta head out. Gotta work in 6 hours. No worries. Thank you again for the raid. Appreciate that, my dude. Anyone in my chat, go ahead and follow Vegas. He's a wonderful builder.
Yee. Get eeps. Oh god. What did I do to my mic to
And
fuck it up?
follow her as well. Follow Rifle Soul. Check her out. She's amazing.
Is this where I like half pathetically say I'm like 4 away from 200?
You can do that if you like. I do not mind.
No, I feel bad. That's why I'm like, do I half pathetically say?
Hey, shameless plug. Go for it. Follow her. Follow her, everybody.
Thank you for
Done.
the follow.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Thank you,
promise I
Vegas. You have a good one,
deserve
buddy.
it. You know what? You know what I think we should do? We need a stretch break. We haven't fucking stretched in a hot minute.
Agreed.
We
Let's
need
have
a
a stretch.
break. Fuck this. Thank you guys. I
Wow.
appreciate it. Feel free to cause all the scuff. I live with it. Oh, but I
Got this life.
Oh, I love how my model is tracking me while I stretch. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Cyborg.
There we go. You know, I almost want like a standing desk for when I build Gundams.
Oh, that
At
would be
some
nice.
point.
I know that the Jeng has one. Or at least one that you can like raise and lower.
Do
well,
it.
That's the benefit of being in New Zealand and Australia, mate.
See, and I'm just over here in the U.S. just like, hello.
Ads? Ah, shit.
Now to talk to ourselves for a hot minute.
Yep.
How to make content while in ads.
Ads over for you? Hell, let's go.
See. Call him a wanker anyways, just because you can.
Yeah. With us Aussies, and New Zealanders, we treat each other like absolute wankers. We just dick around and all that, make fun of each other. Ads wanted me to study engineering up in the North Island. Ugh. I get ads for like Sydney stuff and all that. I'm not in Sydney. I don't live in Sydney. So why are you sending me Sydney stuff?
At least you don't get ads about your health constantly, or things you don't need.
I don't need Audible. And yet I get ads about Audible. And it's always the Audible with the Harry Potter stuff. Like, I don't need that. I don't need it.
Let's see. I'm looking at your stream and I'm in ads, and I just got an ad for laptop component, and now TV shows. Is social media catching on that I've just been binge watching Scandal lately? Because I swear. I need to get a laptop so that way I can stream when I'm traveling, but eh. I don't know how interested people would be in me sitting in a hotel yapping. Yapping about all the things going on. Cause like even Friday, like I yapped for 3 hours, and then it got to the point where I was just like, "Hey, we're gonna go window shopping for Gumplicates. Like we're gonna see what's on pre-order for Gundam Place." And it
That's
was
my
just
kind of deal.
trying to like, yeah. Because I found my
Trying
first
to see.
Zoid that I'm gonna build.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first one I'm going to buy is a Liger.
Yeah, Ligers are also pretty good. I'm doing the Zoid and Monster Hunter crossover, and I'm getting my Bubble Fox Wyvern Dragon, my Mitsune,
Oh, nice.
because it looks so cool. Like it can't pose it because it's got gears and everything, but I'm like, in mine, I want it.
Yeah.
Ooh. I want to get into Zoids a little by little, like branch out from just Gundam. I want to see what else is out there. Now that I've discovered the Knights of the or Round Table Knights, I'm just like, I want all of them. I need all of them. Okay, need to turn this off. I forgot I left the light on. Turn that off.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Cyborg. You are a real big fan of third-party kits. Mikey! You ass! There's... that was a good overlapping. Oh, thank you for the drink, Mikey.
You're not stopping me from joining in on chaos. Are you insane?
Love it. Love it.
Points well spent. I'm just enjoying this now. Oh yeah, nope. It is too much fun. Oh, see, you got a drink command thrown in there too.
Yeah.
Shot,
I
shot,
just drank.
shot, shot. Fuck, where was I?
And hello.
Huh?
got a drink and a hello and then a boop at the very end.
And a lot of lizards. Oh, I
Yep,
had
a lot of lizards. How are you, Nike? Hope you're doing well, buddy.
There it is. Oh my god. All the lizards.
What, indeed.
Oh. Whoopin'. Hello. I am building. Shit, bitch. I could just pull it out. This bitch. The Miku Zaku. And having a lot of fun with it, for the most part. Currently just working on the legs, but so far it's been a lot of fun. I can't wait for this part though. Cause hold on, I gotta turn this light off. And then you can see all the little lovely stickers and how shiny they are. Well, you can't really see how shiny it is, but everything under here is all nice and shiny and I love it. Thank you. I don't know how to say the first part. Frick. My brain wants to go Excalibur, but that's not it. Like, Loki, you want to take a crack at this first?
Eclyrix?
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 If I can throw somebody under the bus before me, I will. Be like, I hate messing up people's names so much. Soul Eater, Excalibur. Yes. Everybody puts Excalibur back after a while because they don't want to just deal with him.
They don't want the power.
I honestly thought Black Star would be the only one to handle Excalibur, but even then he was like, no. Return to sender. Let's turn that back on so I can keep working in the dark. Because I am a vampire. I love Soul Eater so much, and that's kind of where I got my name from. To be honest. And then where my whole little idea for just like souls, like at least like how Soul Eater depicts souls and whatnot, I'm just like, yes. That's where my inspo came from for the most part, was Soul Eater. Such a good franchise. But I have no idea if I would be a Meister or a weapon. To be honest. Have you seen Soul Eater at all, Loki?
I've heard of the premise.
But you've never watched
but I
it?
can't say I've seen it. Yeah, I haven't watched
You
it.
need to.
There's a bunch of anime I need to watch.
You need to. The first season's so freaking good. Towards the end, it gets a little funky dory, but it's so good. Would you be a weapon or would you be a Meister? That's the question, though.
I would be a Meister.
Hmm?
I'd be a Meister.
You'd be a Meister?
Yeah.
You'd want to be the one swinging the weapon around.
Yeah, I want to swing the weapon around. Don't care how big or how small it is, I'll swing it.
See, I don't know if I'd be a Meister or a weapon. I could do both, but I don't know which one would fit me more. My brain says weapon, but hybrid is only real choice. Can I do both? Is both an option?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, like the sisters? True, yeah. You can use a weapon and be a weapon. Hmm. Because, like, knowing my personality off stream and how I am around people, I'm super protective and quick to, like, if my people are hurt, I defend them. So I'm like, maybe I'd be a weapon because I'm not calm enough to be a Meister. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I'm a really impulsive bitch.
Nothing wrong with that.
Whoever thought it was okay to give me adult money is mistaken and should honestly take it back.
Yeah, buy a lot of stuff with that adult money.
Hmm.
I bought on my Gunpla.
God, if money wasn't an issue, I'd be living the life.
Oh, absolutely.
But money is an issue. So I have to think a little bit. So what animes have you seen? Like any I want to say the stereotypical animes like probably Dragon Ball, Pokemon, Naruto, that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
I've watched a bunch of shonen.
Bunch of showing.
Yeah. Recently I've been watching Shield Hero.
What have you been watching?
Rising of the Shield Hero.
Oh, I've seen clips of
It's
that
alright.
one. That's about the girl who puts all her stats in like defense and just kind of wanders
Yeah,
around.
dude. There's a guy who's been teleported to another world, and
Mhm.
he's destined to become the Shield Hero out of four mystical warriors. But he's also considered to be the weakest because he's the Shield Hero. So he's more protective.
Mhm.
But no, one of the clips I saw about him was the king requested his aid
Mhm.
and then tried to threaten him, like threaten him by taking his friends and all that and having them as slaves.
Mhm.
So it's like, if you ever come near me and all that, I will fuck you up. Essentially, so I'll fuck you up.
I think I'd have to say my guilty pleasure anime is SAO. I love that
Okay,
franchise
yeah.
so much.
I I stopped at season 2.
After the fairy people or before
No,
the fairy people?
after.
Oh, so right before Gun Gale. Okay.
Yeah. And I have played Gun Gale online,
Mhm.
like the game.
I used to play Gun Gale, but then I stopped because it
And
like
then it got, yeah, I stopped playing it because it got very haremy. If you want to get the good ending, you needed to basically sleep with every single NPC.
mhm. No,
It's like, oh boy.
my favorite arc was the fairy arc. I just loved that mechanic and I loved that game so much. I was just like, this is heaven. I didn't like Alicization. Like it had a good premise, but it felt like a soft reboot. And even then where they left it off at the end, I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Great. But
Um,
to be fair, like I watch it for the girls. I don't really watch it for anything else because I really love Azuna and Shinon, and Shinon's from GGO. or she's a teal-haired gun girl.
Yeah.
But I fell in love with Azuna, and I was like, she's such a badass. And I loved Silica for her dragon. I hated what started with an L. I don't remember her name. Lisbeth. I didn't like her. But I need to play that more often. I was streaming it, but then like it's so like you have to read it a lot, and I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here and talk and reread all this stuff. No, thank you. I really wish I could play Goddess of Victory on stream, but my PC won't let me.
Bummer.
I'm addicted to that game. It's not a money pit, but I'm addicted.
Yeah, I know somebody who has played it on stream quite a fair bit, and they spend like hours in it doing everything.
A buddy of mine, like every Sunday, it's a Nikkei stream, and like he pseudo got me into it, but I was just like, I had the interest in it, and I was like, okay, let's just keep going, and I finally reached that point in the game where the game starts getting interesting, and I'm like, I want to do nothing but play this. Everybody leave me alone.
It's a guilty pleasure now.
Well, and it's like if I want to play on my PC, I gotta hook my hotspot up to my phone, like from my phone to my PC, and I only get like 10 gigs a month of that, and I'm like, I don't use this wisely. I'm fucked. But no, I freaking love that game. The day I can stream that is the day my community has to be very scared, because I will dedicate a whole day and lose entire tracks of time.
I will be there to see it.
I think the title will be How Long Until Soul Gets Bored. 8 hours later. I need to go do something and not rot in my chair.
Yeah. Just doing your own juices, just playing, clicking, reading everything, chatting with with everybody in the audience. As they're all watching you, Booba.
Well, so the joke that I have is that so when my first gacha game was Uma Musume, and I still I had a decently small community, and one of my community members, Prairie, was just like, he's down for everything. So I jokingly said like, hey, I'm selling your guys' souls for anime horse girls. Y'all need to lock in and show up on the polls. And so I was just like, okay, I gave specific people specific Uma Musumes, and I was just like, okay, lock the fuck in, guys. Lock in. I don't want to hear it. Lock in. And then it's just been one of those funny things, which is like, yep, I will sell your guys' souls for anime horse girls. And now I'm like, I will sell your guys' souls for anime robot chicks that fight and shoot guns.
Yep, and watch their thighs and butts jiggle as they shoot.
Yep. At least I do it respectfully.
And tastefully, too.
It could be.
It's not like you got a harem in your community. It's not like you got a harem of men.
God, I hope not.
Sit down and watch.
Yeah, I hope not. Nope. That's one of the reasons why it was like, as soon as my partner and I became legit, I was just like, hey guys, guess what? I have a partner.
Yep.
And like killing the parasocial here now. Like, because I like talking to my community, like chatting in the Discord and whatnot, and like just being their friends. And a couple of them, I'll be like, "Hey, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Please help." So it's nice to do that, but I also worry like if that'll accidentally start some parasocialism.
Oh yeah, you gotta be very careful with that. Women especially, you gotta be very careful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some individuals will like want to go for the parasocial route, and do the whole boyfriend girlfriend experience kind of deal on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
That's a given.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this before on my side of things. Like, I'm not into it, but hey, roll with it. If you're into it, roll with it. Just
Yeah.
no, there's a line you don't cross.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I roll into it or not. I'm just like, eh. I'm just like, because I'm more of a like, respect my friend, respect me, respect my partner type deal. Like as long as no ill intention or hate comes towards those people, we're fine.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I think for me, I just make it apparent to like every stream talk about my partner at least once.
Just to bring it up, like, yeah, I got a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Can't do
It's
anything
just
about it.
like, yeah. I've got a partner that I hope lasts me the rest of my life. Because even he wants to stream, and I'm like, if he starts streaming, I'm just gonna look at him with puppy dog eyes and be like, "Do you want to stream together?" Be like, "Can we please?"
Yeah, nothing wrong with. We need more couple streamers.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a fair few, but not as many.
No, and he really likes Minecraft, and so I'm like, okay, I could be a Minecraft streamer. And then like he'd stream Elden Ring, but he doesn't know how to make that entertaining because he's a masochist, and I'm a
There's
sadist.
a community out there who likes that.
Mm-hmm.
They like it on the ring for its for its masochism.
Yep. No. I.
Death counters, crowd controls, you name it.
Mm-hmm. No. We gotta get him a PC so he can do it at some point, and then a whole little setup. Cause like the main thing we want to do together is we want to do like covers and stuff like that. I'm just like, we just need to get better mics, and then we could do it. And then he likes drawing. And like, oh my god. I really went like I picked a needle from a haystack, and I picked one of the most lovable autistic boyfriends I could have picked. and I mean that in the best way possible too, because this is like, he likes drawing, he likes Minecraft, and then I was just like, what kind of autism did you have, dinosaurs or trains? And he's like, first off, rude, second off, dinosaurs. I was just like, see, yeah, come on. He's just like, don't call me out. I'm like, too late. You called yourself out.
I just like big robots.
Mm-hmm. No, man, it's just so funny because I was just like, can I interest you in robots? And he's like, how so? And I'm like, can I interest you in building? And he's like, maybe. I don't know, cause like, I went to visit him once and we got these like paint by number turtle things, and bro hyperfixed into the sun and finished his within a week. Mine's not even done yet. And I was just like, are you ever gonna finish mine? And he's like, no. I don't feel like it anymore. And I'm like, yeah. But right now he's all about Minecraft, so I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, I'll follow you into the depths on this one. I'll join you, but just know I'm stealing your shit when you die. Cause I am a gremlin. All is fair in love and war.
Indeed.
And when you have a partner, it is always love and war.
Sharing is caring, after all, chat. Remember that.
Mm-hmm. Sharing is always the caring. Heck, I gotta buy my brother new tools for all his stuff. That way he doesn't have just all my hand-me-downs. Because I'm a nice sibling like that, or at least I try to be. How's the wings treating you?
I'm getting there. I think I may have finished one set. Just about. But still got ways to go.
Well, I did it. Fuck. Speak of the devil and he appears. Somebody's awake. Fuck. He normally doesn't watch my he normally doesn't watch my streams unless he's a part of it. For a second,
Let's go!
Yeah, we love plastic crack problems. What one are you working on now? What line are you getting ready to start? What nose are you getting ready to crush up and have for the day?
And inhale.
We love plastic crack problems. "20 Space Marine boys. Ooh.
Ooh.
You got a faction for the Space Marines? Like, are there different types of Space Marine factions, or is it just the one?
There's multiple chapters.
Yeah. It was like,
Multiple chapters, different genes. Like, you got Primaris ones, you got your generic Space Marines, Ultramarines.
I was like,
Well,
hold on,
that's the,
somebody check my
that's the-
nerd card here.
That's the faction, of course.
Ultramarine Second Company. Nice. How,
The blue man.
what color scheme are you painting on? That's gonna be
Ultramarines are in blue.
They're all in blue?
Yeah.
Nice.
You got Blood Eagles, Blood Ravens. You've got Salamanders.
Yeah, salamanders are my boyfriend's favorite. So I'm just like,
Grey Wolves, Grey Knights.
yeah, blue boys, awesome. That's another thing I want to learn how to do. It's like, I want to get garage kits and I want to learn how to paint them, but I'm so much of a perfectionist that I don't know if I'm ready to.
I know somebody who is fantastic for garage painting, like garage kit painting and all that. Although he's busy with a lot of stuff, so I don't know if he's been streaming for a while. think he may have got a new job.
Hmm. I have such huge respect for the people who can paint minis.
Oh, me too.
Oh my god, I'm just like, there's, I could never. My eyes would go cross. But it's just like I have all the respect in the world for those people because I'm just like, you are a god. Keep up what you're doing.
Started doing streaming recently. Really, hell yeah! Another stream. Let's go.
Yay!
No, I give major props to those who can paint the miniatures and all that, especially when you got like an army,
Mm-hmm.
because it shows that you've had some really big experience with it. And that experience also applies into gunplay because you can then use those same techniques on gunpla, just
Yeah.
wider.
How is this supposed to go like that? Yeah, just that. There we go. Yeah, feel free to post any pictures you have in the Discord. I appreciate you joining. Got it all mapped out. The baddies aren't crazy, or too crazy, I promise. We all have plastic crack addiction.
As does mine.
To be honest, though, I love it when people post pictures of their backlog. That's my favorite thing of all.
My backlog is in 3 different areas, so I can't really show off my backlog.
Mm-hmm. My backlog's all in my closet, and just getting to my closet's a nightmare. How do I do this on this leg? That's all. Okay. There we go. Ah, fuck. Go to work, please. Go back to bed. You've got like half an hour. Oh no. That's your fuck. Oh god. Alright, I want to bare minimum finish this leg before I end stream for the night. How
Yeah.
much longer are you gonna be going on for?
How long have I going for?
Hmm?
5 hours 46 minutes I've been going for.
Mm-hmm.
Should probably stop there because I have also been live for like 3 or 4 hours after before that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
All right, yeah.
Because I'm at a good stopping point now. I didn't know if you were either.
Yeah, I mean, I got to the point where I needed to be
Mm-hmm.
for now, and I got 2 more wings left to go,
Right.
which I can do tomorrow as well. I'll probably be going for quite a while tomorrow because tomorrow for me is New Year's Eve.
You can do them tomorrow, and I'll probably pick this up if I've got free time Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, now would be a good time. Wrap it up and stop.
Absolutely.
I'll let you pick the person we raid, because whoever you raid into, I'll also raid into.
Okay.
Hit him up twice.
I'll have to find somebody.
I trust your judgment. Ooh, thank you, boys. I will take a look at it as soon as I can. I'm currently going to clean up for stream, and then I will take a look as soon as I'm done here. Look at that. Got some nice teal bits in there now. Looks awesome. Can't wait to do more of the Zaku. It's going to be so cool.
Let's go. Yeah, the Zaku is a lovely little kit, especially for a main. Not antag, but definitely one of the first mobile suits in the
Right,
the
yeah.
UC line. Plus, the seed Zakus are pretty good too, so they're pretty decent. I like the the Phantom Zaku and all that, and the Gunner Zaku Warrior. All those other Zakus that they have. It's a shame that they're mostly Pbandi, but you know.
I really like my
It
god
is what-
hands though. Oh my god, these are nice.
Yeah, I mean they're very handy.
I think the only thing I don't like is that my spring's kind of loose, but I don't know if that's just a normal god hand thing or just mine.
It's the same with me a little bit. It's a little bit loose to mine. When I first bought it, it was kind of loose. So it could be it could just be God hand being God hand. But I'm pretty sure you can tighten it up as well. I think the one thing just to not do with the God hands is don't use it on thick plastic for nubs.
Right, yeah. We'll jump over here.
Alrighty. Let's find somebody.
Yeah, let's find somebody to raid out to. Let me just pull it up this way.
Let's see. I've got somebody who's been live for about 2 hours here. They are building a Mecha Core XL, which is a third-party Moon Gundam. We also have got a friend of mine who is building the Sazabi.
Yeah, I see Oracle.
So it's a bit of a toss-up between those two, I reckon.
What if we went with the building the mecha core? Again, up to you. I was just like, huh.
Yeah. Oh, he's got 7 viewers. He's been live for like 2-3 hours, almost 3 hours, so you might as well give him the love. I think that'd be the target to go for. DV Danzen.
Looks like it. Let's go with Danzen.
Alrighty.
That, and I'm really curious about their model too. So I'm just like, ooh.
Yeah, I was I figured that there would people feel like the wings, the horns, and all that. Very interesting looking. Tiny wings, but definitely interesting.
Yeah. I'm on mute to do my outro.
Same here with me.
Alright, everybody.
Alrighty, folk.
Thank you for coming in and hanging out with me. I greatly appreciate it. Love each and every one of you. I enjoyed this collab very much with Loki, and I hope to do another one sometime. But we're going to get ready, and we're going to head out over to Dan Zen, who's building the Moon Gundam, and, we'll have some fun. Thank you, each and every one of you, for coming in and hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. And I'll talk to you guys on Friday for Game Stream. Yay! Alright, I love you guys. Night, baddies. Mwah.